Hello and good morning. I'm Ujjwal Gaduraju representing the European Cricket Network, and today it's a historic occasion where we have the first ever ICC Men's International T20 cricket on German soil. We're into day 2 of this Tri-Series here at the National High Performance Center for Cricket in Krefeld, Germany, where the hosts Germany are taking on Norway and France in an exciting contest that's spanning 4 days and 7 games. We saw the first 2 matches yesterday. They were extremely exciting and interesting. We saw that Norway went out without having won a game. They faced Germany and France, but it's the table toppers, Germany, who will take on France in what's definitely going to be a nail-biting encounter. Well, it's us here at the ECN from Krefeld in Germany. We're bringing you this live action straight to your homes. Stay tuned. Hello again. Well, it's going to be a delightful contest between France, who are taking on the hosts, Germany. Both teams have registered, well, fairly dominant wins, I must say. And, well, it's going to be a delightful contest. Let's get things underway. I have both the umpires for the day. It's going to be Rizwan Akram alongside Vinay Malhotra, and the 2 skippers, Ganesh Venkatraman, who's leading the German national team, and Osman Shahid, who's leading the French national team. Let's get straight to the coin toss.
Germany is bowling.
All right, folks, so the news from the middle is that Germany has won the toss and they've elected to field first. This is going to be one hell of a contest. Do stay tuned, and it's over to Rico in the comm box now.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sassari akal, aibowan, guten morgen, good morning to everybody. A very warm welcome to you from Krefeld. It's been a little bit of rain in the air, hence the slightly delayed start, but we're hoping now that we're able to complete this match. It's still staying as a T20I, so there's been no reductions at the moment in terms of the match. So it's still going to be a T20 international as we see the players. So it's the German team taking the field. Good morning to everybody, and I hope you're looking forward to this match. I certainly am. 2 teams that won both their matches yesterday now coming together. It's going to be a battle. The Germany, interesting fact is about Germany, in the last 5 T20 internationals that they played, well, every time that they chase, they end up winning, and that's on 3 occasions they've chased, they've won. When they bat first, they've won 1 and lost 1. So Germany, no surprising there that they're taking the field. Well, as the players get ready, just shout out to the umpires that are out there as well. They're doing a wonderful job, and that's Rizwan Akram and also Vinay Malhotra. They're the men in black, and they're the officials in charge of this match today. But let's take a very quick look at what happened yesterday. Well, it was the day 1, and Norway were put into bat by Germany in the first match. Norway, they got to 76 runs. They were all out with 8 balls to go. But, well, it was a great recovery from them, because they went from 12 for 7 and they made their way to 76 runs. And that was because of a good partnership as from 2 batsmen that I think played really, really well, and that was Danasha and Sher. They put, like I say, 59 runs together, both batsmen scoring 30 runs, but it wasn't enough. And though Germany, look, they got to their score, they got to 80, and they won by 5 wickets. And as we welcome back, good morning to you, to our man Ujay here, and good introduction. And Ujay is the stats man, he knows all about these teams, and I'm sure you're looking forward to this match. But if I just continue, so yeah, it wasn't as easy as it looked, but the second match was France versus Norway, and France being victorious there, winning by 4 wickets. Norway, slightly better performance from them, wasn't it? 112 for 7, but France getting it quite easy. So this one is set up to be a great contest between the 2 teams that won yesterday. Both are joint at the top of the group, and one of them will be clear by 2 points at the top. Who will it be as we get ready for the first ball? And it's Amadi starting off, bowls well, and first ball has just been respected by the captain of France, Ousmane Shahid. Now, he batted really well yesterday. I like the way that he played, and he held the innings definitely together, playing a good knock. And look, as we see this delivery, just played away. They'll get the first runs of the day, just getting it past the man in the slip area for 1 run. Yeah, yesterday there was an opening partnership of 67 runs between Ousmane Shahid and Santiri Karahuma, and it gave them a good start, but they did start to lose wickets once they went, but it was enough to give them the win. So we've got a man who's very much in form, both these batsmen in form, and of course Santihira Kuraman, he was the player of that match yesterday as well.
Right. Good morning again, Rico. It's a lovely day today, considering that we had some bad weather. It's all cleared up now, and this man with the ball in his hand, what a dream debut yesterday. 4 wickets, given away only 5 runs in a spell. And he's right on the money once again.
Yeah, you'd expect him to be. And yeah, his bowling was fantastic. I mean, that win, that first match, was all down to Ghulam Rasul's bowling. 4 wickets for 5 runs in his 4 overs. Plays this away nicely. Don't know what you think here, Ujay. I just think that maybe with that rain, that the pitch at the moment, I'm not seeing as much bounce as we saw yesterday that the bowler Ghulam was getting.
Right, it's probably just kidding on a little bit now.
And that's well bowled, beats him outside the off stump. Now, Santihira Kuraman yesterday, one thing I noticed about him is that give him any width, he was onto it like a flash, and that I think is what Germany are keen not to do, not to give him any width to play those shots. This one's shorter, latches onto it, but straight to the fielder, and well, that's a good call, I think, even though it was a slight misfield. He wasn't able to pick it up cleanly, the fielder, and that was Mudadi, but I don't think it was a single on there. Very good call there from Ousmane Shahid. And that's the end of the first over, and just a 1 run from it as we see this stop again here. Good call, and straight away said no and gave the batsman enough time to go back. So Santihira Kuraman has to wait a little bit longer before he gets off the mark.
Right, that was a watchful first over there from the French batting side so far. Both the openers very much aware of the fact that Ghulam Rasul is a significant threat within this power play. That was a very tidy first over from Ghulam Rasul. Just went away for a single run. It's the skipper Ousmane Shahid who is going to face the next bowler from the residential end. And it's going to be Nuruddin Mujadadi who has the ball in his hand. We haven't seen him take field yesterday. We haven't seen him with the ball, but we will get a nice good look at him from the residential ale. And it's the skipper Ousmane Shahidi who was really good yesterday. He seems to have a lot of shots in the book and is a very confident batsman. He's got a slip and pace over here with Ganesh Venkatraman over there.
Mujadadi starts with the first one.
Nice first ball there from Nuruddin. Angling it away from the right-handed batsman with a slip in place. I think that's the line you want to bowl.
Yeah, good start. And he comes in once more. And this one's a bit uppish, and that is a superb catch. So he gets a wicket off his second ball. It was hit fairly well, it was dipping. But that's a sensational catch in these conditions as well. Remember that Kookaburra is going to be a little bit slippery as a new ball, but no mistakes made by the fielder. Have a look at this. This was a fantastic catch. Hit pretty firmly, dipping, and wow, that's some great action for you. And that is Ramezi taking a great catch there. Well done.
Yes, that was uppishly played once again. We saw that he scored a few runs playing these shots yesterday, but on this occasion he found the fielder. It was struck fairly decently, but well, the fielder was right there and bend forward, grab that chance. We do know that Germany is a very good fielding side. They're very sharp in the field, and it's these catches, these half chances that get converted that can change the course that a game's taking. So Germany will be really happy with that early wicket. They struck several times in the power play yesterday. We know how strong a bowling unit they are. And France ever so slightly just pegged back here right at the start, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good catch from Romanzia. It was dipping, it was hit firmly, but remember, as I say, I mean, this outfield is still going to be a little bit wet, so that ball would have been slippery. And I think, I don't know about you, Jay, but I think they're the hardest catches when you're going forward and the ball is dipping, the hardest ones to judge and take cleanly. So a great start there, and what a good catch that was. So Germany have got the captain out, a man who batted so well yesterday. Well, he won't be playing a further part in this one. He scored 28 of 26. This one is played out towards third man. Nice bit of bounce there from Mujadadi, but Ali off the mark straight away. And
yes, I like the look of this young bowler here, Rico, and he rightly so has a second slip in place as well. They're adding to this pressure, making sure they can make another breakthrough here and really get on the driver's seat.
Mujadadi now bowling to Sathri Kumaran, still not off the mark. It's well bowled right at him, and once more I think this is about Germany doing their homework overnight, not giving him any room, not giving him any width. He likes to carve the way away on the offside, but this one right at him again. And we saw yesterday when he was out after he made a good knock, scored some good runs. 34-39, that got him player of the match in that second match, but when he was out, it was to a ball straight at him that he was trying to make something off. Oh, this one has almost cut him in half. The ball races away. Fielder giving it some chase. It is the captain and gets the throw in, and Van Kat, and this one, it could have gone anywhere. Good delivery, quick, pacey. Oh, done him for pace, I think. He could have chopped this on.
Yeah, this is really good bowling here. First up from Nuruddin Mujadadi. I can already see that he can bring the ball back into the right-hander. We saw him slant a couple away from the right-hander, so he seems to have the skill set that you'd expect from your opening bowler who can swing the ball both ways. That's definitely a few arrows in your arsenal.
Can he finish on a high? Taken 1 for 3 so far. Ball to go, and he's first over. Oh, that's a juicy delivery, really is. And I like to see this one again. It gives you an indication of what this pitch can reward you with if you get the ball in the right areas. Well, also he's got the field there in place. And you can just have a look at the coordinate here, the wicket keeper, the 2 slips there as well, and the bowler. Well, he's rewarding his captain in having faith to him. There you go, there's the captain there. He does take a catch, but unfortunately he wasn't off the bat. But that's good work. That's a very, very good top over there from Mujadadi. I like that one. What do you reckon? I mean, a bowler yourself, that's the sort of bowling we like to see.
Absolutely. There was that typical steep bounce that we've come to expect here from this pitch in Krefeld. And the man who has moved to second slip was Vijay Shankar Bangalore Chika. I've got a story about this that I'll go on to in a little while from now.
Ghulam comes in again. And I just, you know, you watch Ghulam bowl here, Ghulam Rasool. Everything about him, the approach, the delivery, the follow-up, the stance, it just looks the complete package, doesn't he? In the air, and quite easily could have been another. It flies over second slip. They're taking 2 on. The fielder slips as he picks the ball up. That gives you an idea that this outfield is a little bit slippery. That was Dylan and Bignor.
Yes,
but 2 streaky runs again there.
Another uppish stroke there, trying to play him on the up. That's a risky shot against someone like Ghulam Rasool, but luckily he survives.
Well, this one was down the leg side. It's been clipped away, and fielder will get to it again because of the damp outfield. Nice little shot. I think that's probably, even when you think about the bowling he did yesterday, the 4 overs, which only went for 5 runs, that's probably the only loose delivery up until now that we've seen from him.
And the French will do well to put all the bad balls away. This German bowling side won't give you too much leeway.
Ali just getting in line and just blocking this one.
Yeah,
Both batsmen have been a little bit lucky so far, haven't they, UJ? A little bit of the edge getting in play.
Yeah, Rico, you're right, and I think your call about Ghulam's bowling action is also a fantastic one. He's nice and relaxed. He has a few strides before he delivers the ball, but he's standing up tall, making full use of that height of his.
In once more. Shorter is in the air, goes through the gap, and this one probably will be the first boundary of the day. It is his 4 runs. Again, it was a little bit risky. It was in the air, but he manages to find the gap. 4 runs, the first boundary of the day.
He'll take these ones any way that they come, and it's the power play. I think for the first time we might just see how this German team might react to some pressure from the batting unit. We didn't see a lot of boundaries scored when they were bowling during the power play yesterday, but perhaps this France top order might present them with a battle that they haven't faced before.
This one played a little bit shorter. It's directed more at the hips of the batsman. They managed to probably not get it as far as he would like to, but they take the single, and this is exactly what France need to do. They need to keep rotating the strike, keep taking the singles, and every time there's an opportunity to play a shot, to play it. Remember, they've lost their captain, Usman early. He was really the backbone of that innings yesterday. With him gone, and maybe it's a chance for Ali to shine.
Yeah, there was some sharp work there from the keeper, Harish Srinivasan, but the running between the wickets has been packed with a lot of intent. They're trying to make sure they squeeze in every run that they can get within this power play, and for good reason too. The second slip's been taken out now, is moving more towards a gully, and third man has been moved around to plug that gap between the slip and gully.
Nothing, guys. Good stop. Yeah, good work. Yeah.
Nicely played. Good bit of cricket all round there. It's a nice delivery, nice shot played along the ground, and good bit of fielding as well. Takes the ball clean, he gets the roll in, and the throw straight away. But I mean, that's what you'd expect when you're from an outfit like Germany. Very professional, work very well as a team, and coached very well as well by Steve Knox. And we've seen them doing their drills early on this morning, and they certainly are a good unit when they come together. Well played again, card away. This time it's past the fielder. Chase is on. The ball just slowing up though. Batsman will take 2. Will they think about 3? Well, they do think about it and decide against it. Maybe next time perhaps they'll say. I think it was just the case there, Ujay, of seeing what arm the fielder's got, and now they've sussed that out. Perhaps next time probably is a 3 on there.
Sure, we do know that the German fielders are really good here. They have some strong arms in the deep.
Mujadadi liking his pace. It's in left armour, and well, there you go, liking his pace. I'm liking that. It's always a nice sign for the bowler. Just good rhythm, hasn't he got? He comes in, he's got a nice steady run up, gets good high arm action, and he's got his radar spot on there as well. One interesting thing here is when he was bowling his first over, he had 2 slips. They've made a change already. I'm not quite sure why that is. And let's have a look around this field. More on that a bit later. And there you go. And that's what I'm talking about. Get that second slip in there. If you're going to be bowling that, Ujay, come on, back me up there. You're a bowler. What would you be doing?
Well, I'm trying to get into the bowler's head here, and I'd imagine that this move is because he probably thinks his wicket-taking ball is the one that he's going to surprise him with by bringing it back in. We do know that Nuruddin is capable of taking it away from the right-hander, but is also quite skillful and can bring it back in. So I assume that he's going to try and set him up with a couple that go away. You saw this one rise sharply from good length, and my bet would be that he'd try and bring one in, find that gaping hole between bat and pad.
This one a little bit fuller, but well played. Nice, gets into position quite well there. Santhira Kumaran, you'd expect that from him. I think the French guys will be expecting good work from him now, especially with the captain Usman going early. And so far, after a shaky start to say the least, he seems to be getting his eye in now and getting behind the ball quite comfortably.
As we're joined by quite a lot of people who are watching this live. Shout out to Gaurav Singh Rathore, who's saying good morning to Rico and Ujjwal. Greetings back to you, Gaurav.
Good morning, and this one's hit hard. It's going, and it's just dropped short of the boundary. 4 runs, the second boundary of the day, and this was a nice, positive stroke.
Excellent positive cricket here in the power play from the French. Having lost the captain, they didn't want to drop anchor yet, and I think that's the way to go. You have the fielders who are within the 30-yard circle, making sure that they are putting this to good use. I'm enjoying this positivity from both Ali as well as Santiro Kumar and Rico.
Yes, yes, good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining in on the chat. A lot of cricket for you again here today, not only here from this National Performance Centre in Krefeld. Krefeld, also known as the Velvet and Silk City, because of, well, all of the enterprising here that happens within that line of industry, but also a lot of cricket from Malmö in Sweden. We had the first game there. It's a battle between the two Ariana sides, and Ariana, they'll be playing again, the two Ariana sides, and I'll give you that result in a second as we get ready for Ghulam Rasool to bowl this, his third over, the 5th, 21 for 1.
Yeah, Rasool's going to try and make an impact again here. He's bowling beautiful lines as Rasool. Floats this one outside of off stump and tempts Santiro Kumar into playing one of these extravagant drives uppishly through cover, but he fails to connect.
This one, he's brought this in from the leg side, trying to get maybe the batsman playing around his legs. Yeah, so there in Sweden, in Malmö. Good morning to everybody that's there, the ECN crew, and also to, well, the singing commentators, to Mr. Maximo and Andrew Ryan. And it was Ariana AKIF that were victorious in that derby this morning, and they're currently playing each other again.
And as always, we have Michel Daub, who's joining us in nice and early. He says hello from Budapest. Hello to you, Michel. I hope you're enjoying the cricket that you're catching. This is going to be a really good game here.
Yes, hello indeed. And well, it's Rasool coming in once more. This one's, it's gone up in the air. I think it's going to be safe. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to plug and drop short. So you can see good intent. I think it's the right shot to play. He probably just lifted his head there as he's made the stroke, which is prompted the ball to go more up than the distance. But still, it's a positive shot.
Absolutely, and I think he's looking for runs, and that's a really good way to approach a batting innings, especially when you're playing the T20 game. Not trying to survive, but trying to get some runs, and that positivity often transforms how you can approach the game and play every ball.
Looking for a breakthrough. Ali on strike. And oh, he's put it straight into the hands of Van Gat, the captain. He's absolutely disgusted with himself. He was just getting himself in 17 of 10 balls, and that one, well, that's a very soft dismissal, and no wonder Ujay is disappointed.
Well, Venkat Raman Ganeshan there at the first slip, the skipper probably would have taken 100 catches just like this during his fielding practice. This one was literally directed straight at him. Nice lines once again, trying a little cheeky shot there, but much to his disappointment he found Venkat in the way, and he's not going to drop those. He's a very good safe slip fielder as Venkat.
Yeah, superb catch taken. I mean, he just gets himself in really good position. We saw him take a number of catches there yesterday, but also a shout out to Spring Productions, one of our partners, and the team here doing a fantastic job bringing you great action there on that catch. Stan, Martin, Risto, Dan, and Scuba Snaps. He's the replay man. Good work there from you, Scuba.
And hello to the people who are joining in on our live streams once again. It's David Kulvim, Shakib Shaikh, and Keanu, our ever so reliable Keanu, doing a splendid job moderating the chat. Hope you lads are doing really well, and you're going to enjoy the next few hours here.
Yeah, you mentioned Michael Daub. I know you say Michel. We'll find out which is correct. It's probably is Michel in German, but I think it was his birthday yesterday. So look, congratulations on your birthday for yesterday. I hope you took a little bit of time away from the cricket at some point and had a little bit of a celebration. So belated birthday greetings to Michael Daub. As we go back to the action here, and as we're talking about our partners, also a shout out to Fan Code, Kookaburra Balls, Bizaway Travel and Locker Lifestyles, and BioStrath. Well, the man who has taken his BioStrath is the captain of Germany, Van Kat. What a great catch that was from him. We've seen two very good catches which have resulted in the 2 wickets that have fallen so far here.
So it's already 4 catches for Venkat. He's been a busy man on the field. He took 3 yesterday and an early catch here for him in the slips. The new batsman here is Usman Riaz Khan. We saw him with the ball yesterday. Bowled a few intelligent slower balls to fool the batters into making some early shots. Here's Ghulam once again. Happy to let that one go is Usman Riaz Khan.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Ghulam Rasool, UJ, is that he's always there, thereabouts. So at some point, I mean, we go back to that wicket, you see this one. Look, once again, it's right on the money. So, oh, that's a good bit of fielding, a good throw, direct hit. And but the batsman safely in. But again, as you said earlier, the German fielding has been sensational. It's one thing that they certainly take a lot of pride in. They put a lot of practice into it, and when it comes to this big stage, you can see it happening. But just going back to the bowling Rasool, he's always there, always on that spot. So that's why I think batsmen sometimes they play at a ball which they know they shouldn't do, because he's always niggling away at them.
You're right there, Rico. And the man that we just saw in those pictures with that direct hit is another spinner that Germany is playing today. It's his debut for the national team, so a shout out to Israr Khan with that nice little direct hit. He's a leg spinner who has quite a few variations up his sleeves as well. We've seen that an effective style of bowling, especially on this pitch. And Israr is also very well known to have a bullet arm from the deep. So expect a few fireworks from his throws. Usually it's off the bat, but yeah, I've tried to back up to some of his throws in the past, and boy, do they gather some steam.
Well, look, the new batsman taking card. Khan back in the action is the bowler. This one, well, you can see what he's trying to do. Once going again, the left armer going right across the batsman, Mujadadi.
Yeah, so a relatively evenly poised first 5 overs, I should say. Well, the 2 wickets might be big inroads that this German side has already made, so they'll be relatively pleased with where they find themselves.
Nicely played by Usman Khan once again, making the batsmen work for their runs. There's no easy singles there. It's good attacking fielding from the German team. Now look, when the German women were playing, I mean, they've got is there a nickname? Is it the Eagles? Are they known as the Eagles?
The Golden Eagles,
Golden
indeed.
Eagles. What about the German men? Have they got anything like that?
Well,
do you know? Or do we need to find out?
If they don't have one, they should definitely start working on it. Let's try and find out during the break.
Running again here. And there's the throw. There's the backing up. And any youngsters watching, and I know we get quite a few youngsters watching, whether you're watching via YouTube or Fan Code, wherever you are around the world, good morning. Look, one thing we always say about batsmen when they're running, you've got to go straight away. If you have a good understanding, as soon as you play the ball, good understanding, we're going to go and you go straight away, you always are going to get those singles. Good technique by both these batsmen as well when they're running. They're running quick, running in a straight line, and also reaching out with the bat in hand. So, yeah, good one to observe. Mujadadi in once more. This is nicely played. And they'll be looking to go for 2, and they do.
What I like about the French batting so far, Rico, is the intent with which they're trying to rotate the strike. I think this is something that we didn't observe a lot with the Norwegian side when they took Germany on in their very first encounter. Granted, it's a pitch that was strange and they weren't really familiar and didn't come to terms with it. So that also made shot making quite difficult for them. The French have already batted on this pitch once, and they appear to be quite intended to keep rotating the strike.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery in this one. No room this time. This one was straight at him, and you can see the difference. When you've got a bit of width to work with, batsmen are able to negotiate the ball away. And a good response this from Mujadadi, because he's seen there what the batsmen are doing, just trying to use the width of the ball to guide it in that area on the offside so they can take the single. Well, he said, well, okay, what are you going to do with this one? And the answer was not a lot. Well bowled. Usman Khan. One strike. This is hit hard, and that's 4 runs. That is a bullet of a shot. Ginna Sona shot siga timing both achhi placement achhi joka lagya.
Yes, just on the verge of the power play ending. That was a really good shot. Blazed that one through the cover point region. His eyes lit up when he saw that this was in a slot. Met that ball right by his head. An excellent result here for the French team to close out the power play. They moved to 33 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Ujay, while that ball is being found, where do you start your cricket?
Well, Rico, as most of us back in the Indian subcontinent, that's probably the first boat that I picked up as a very young kid. And I've been playing cricket all my life, all through the ranks, school cricket, college cricket, university levels. I've never officially coached. Rico, were you?
No, you don't. And I think there was a good reason why, because I think well, I was going to say in our days, but you're a lot younger than I am. But yeah, in our days, the coaches, it was nothing like the coaching today. I mean, it was all very much sort of, forward defence and trying to change the natural ability of players. And these days it's good to see that, if somebody's a bit different, but as long as it's effective, they don't try and change it. And I think that's why the game has changed so much. I think the coaching styles have changed. The players are encouraged to play their natural game, and we're seeing that with some of the players here as well in this triangular T20 International Series. The host team Germany, they've got a handful of great players, and also France, and we saw from Norway as well. So yeah, I encourage that. Yeah, but coaching, no, it didn't really. The only bit of coaching that I had, which one thing that always comes to me is when I'm bowling, and I don't think I'm bowling particularly well when I'm losing the line, is one guy, and he wasn't really a coach, but he was a very knowledgeable player, and he always said to me, remember Rico, whenever you're bowling, get your shoulder off the bowling arm, just clip in your ear, and that'll make sure you get the ball in the right place.
It's the skipper here, Venkatraman Ganeshan, who has brought himself on right after the power play. We saw that Venkat here prefers to set an in and out field. We observed this yesterday as well. I think his main role here is to do a holding job from one end and digest any wickets that come his way quite eagerly. Once again, we see that the field has been sent right back at the end of the power play as he runs in here to bowl to Usman Riaz.
Obviously played a little bit of a away swing in the air there as well. And speaking of swing, I think that's going to play quite a part on a day like today. I mean, I'm certainly, look, you're a bowler, I'm a bowler, and when the captain wins a toss on a day like today and says, we're fielding, you're smiling, aren't you? Because you know you're going to get that ball to talk, you can get it to swing. So I'm expecting to see a fair bit of movement today from the seamers as well. This one's pretty wide, and he's taking it on, and it wasn't the best of deliveries, and it does get what it deserves, and that's 4 runs.
Well, that one had hit me written all around it, and Santara Kumaran obliged. That was gracefully hit about the infield. It's a brilliant shot there. That'll give him a whole lot of confidence. Here's the replay. He's right to the pitch of that ball.
Yeah, and this is the important thing, isn't it? And well, misfield there as well, but never mind, the chair got in the way. But that's the important thing. You know you're not going to get too many loose deliveries, but when you do, you've got to put them away.
All right, and now they're back scoring at 6 and over.
Oh, and that one, well, he's trying to play straight to this. I think he was looking to try and get this in the gap, gets a little inside edge, and that didn't miss the stumps by that much. Good comeback from Venkat, the captain.
Yeah, he's a wily customer. He's extremely experienced, this Venkat.
And that's better. And he knows, of course he knows, that he bowled a loose delivery. He knows he bowled a gundy ball, but he's come back with 2 good ones.
Yes, he has, and that's where experience really holds you in a good stead. Not getting off his game because of a single bat delivery.
That one, he held it right back. Good bowling, and in the end, perhaps there was a single there, and I think the non-striker, Usman Khan, acknowledges he's the one who gave it the no call, and he realised that there probably was. And
yeah, so the man who just cleaned up over here in the field is Vijay Shankar Bangalore Chika. If you were wondering why he has Bangalore in his name, it turns out that he hails from Bangalore, but when he was born, it was in Bangalore, and as is custom in Karnataka, you take his father's last name was with a B in the place he was born in.
Yeah.
And he said, well, since my son was born in Bangalore, I'll just change what the B stands for and make it Bangalore. So that's how this came to be, and we see Vijay making a pretty good impact in this series already. He hit a few boundaries yesterday. I was having a chat with him earlier today, and he was hoping to get a few more runs under his belt.
Oh, we got a change in the bowling here now. So Isra Khan, what do we know about Isra? I know you probably know a fair bit about Isra.
Yeah, Isra is a really skillful cricketer here. He's a leg spinner who has a few tricks up his sleeve. He bowls the wrong one. He has a brilliant top spinner, and this height is such an important factor as well. Gets steep bounce from good length.
Isra, first one just a little bit too wide, and well, Santira Kumaran, he wanted it this time, and the shout was no. And I think when I was talking to him, he was telling me he used to be a pace bowler, a pretty decent pace bowler, but he had an injury to his shoulder, and then he took the spin.
Yes, this was a few
Short
years ago.
And hit hard, hit well, but the wrist fielder there got protection. This is one of the things, I mean, not being a spin bowler myself, but obviously speaking to many spin bowlers, conditions like this is difficult for them because obviously you're relying on gripping the ball, getting your fingers to work around it. The ball's a little bit slippery. It takes you a while to get into a rhythm, doesn't it?
Yeah, he'll be looking to do just that and nice and quickly into this spell.
Short again, this time, same fielder. That's the fielding. Had a little bit more work to do this time, but gets it in. And just needs to get that bit further up, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's also an intelligent bowler, so you see that he's bowled his first 3 balls and he didn't try to do anything special over there. These were all proper leg spinners. He does have a lot of variations, but he's hanging on to them. Wants to get his line and length right first before he starts firing away with his googlies and top spinners and wrong ones.
Yeah, that one he just went too wide. I think he got the length better, but he went too wide. He's called wide as well, and the batsman also taking the run. So 2 wides. And that's better. Gets an inside edge once more. Could have gone anywhere. I think that's the second time that Santi Kumaran has managed to find the inside edge.
That was the wrong one there that I was talking about. There you go. Oh no, this was dropped. This was hit straight to Vijay Shankar. He got his hands up but failed to cling on. Isra is known to pick up wickets every time he comes on a bowl, and so nearly had his very first wicket for Germany.
Yeah, Chica here. Maybe he knows he should have swallowed this up. That was, well, a dolly, but it could have been another chance, but it's just fine off the man at backward point. Does get to it. And well, how important will that drop be? And at this level, if you drop a player who's starting to go well, both his batsmen are getting themselves in now, well, that drop could be really expensive.
Oh yeah, that's the man who was the player of the match yesterday, Santira Kumaran. That would have been a very big wicket. Let's see how expensive this drop will be, but Isra is the man to watch out for. Very capable to make these inroads. So we see that early wicket of Usman Shahid pecked the French back a little bit, but they kept going hard at it. Virik Mohammad Ali played a few exceptional shots, scored 17 of 11 balls. The quick-fire cameo there from him means that France still find themselves in a reasonably good position at 45 for 2 at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah,
and
going at around 5, just over 5 runs and over. And this one's hit well, and it's wide of the fielder up there, and this has probably gone all the way, has it? No, once again, just dropping short. So it's another 4 runs. But good shot once more, just getting himself, this is all about getting yourself in a position. It's about knowing where the fielder is, and he knew that any contact he made, look, I like the way he guided that ball where he wanted it to go, didn't risk slicing it, didn't risk going across the line. 4 more runs.
And the difference between this shot and the one Santi Kumaran played a little while ago is how Usman kept his head down.
Yeah.
At the point of contact, he kept his head down. That allowed transfer of weight and the momentum to be sent straight through the ball, and that found the boundary.
Yeah, very good observation. Well, he plays another one. That's a very good stop, and probably would have been 2 runs if he hadn't have done so. And that's stinging. That Kookaburra does sting a little, and that's Talha Khan making a nice stop.
Great fielding there by Talha. He's also a live wire in the field, and well, if I was a batter there, I'll keep an eye out for Israr Khan and Talha there. They're both fiery good fielders with strong arms, not risking a second to them.
Just over fielder. I think that was a bump ball. I think it came off the pitch and goes over him. And they take another single. And going back to what you said earlier, Ujay, I think what the French batsmen are doing very well at the moment. And is they're taking the singles, they're rotating the strike. They're not necessarily always getting boundaries, but they're keeping the rate going. I think if they can carry on this way for another, let's say another 6-7 overs, and then try and accelerate, having wickets in hand, it'll be a good start. So these two starting to build a good platform.
Excellent point there, Rico. We've observed that both the games yesterday slowed down when the spinners were on.
Yes.
And I think if these guys can get to about 120 or thereabouts, it can put some pressure on the strong batting lineup Germany poses.
Oh, and this time I think he saw that this was leg stumpish, and that's why I wasn't afraid to go across the line, but doesn't get to make the contact. He's trying to hit that pretty fine backward square, and there is a fielder at square leg, but backward square and the opportunity of a boundary.
This was well struck, but straight to the fielder and covers. So Venkat's putting these dot balls together. He's bowled 2 overs and gone for 12 runs. He'll be relatively pleased with that. This, of course, is a T20 game where the batsmen are often looking to score heavily, especially within the power play. But now at the end of 9 overs, with the fielders pegged back, the skipper is happy to give away the singles. They don't harm too much. France find themselves at 51 for the loss of 2 wickets, and it'll be Israr Khan who'll continue from the residential end.
Yeah, the 50 coming up in the 9th over. And these two batsmen, well, both of them now in the teens. Very different innings as we see this one. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Keeps it all the way along the ground. The fielder does well. A little bit of a fumble. Got an awkward bounce, but had his body behind it. And keeps it to just the 1 run. Rahun Zia is the man that's out there.
Yeah, Israel will be looking to make an inroad over here. Vijay Shankar is probably kicking himself there. But I'm sure if another chance comes, he's not going to let that one go. They're all professionally good and well-trained cricketers over here on the German side.
Well, this has really given some flight, and no damage done. And we see a lot of times, especially on our travels, Ujay, and the fan code European Cricket Series, that full toss is quite often is a ball that gets you wickets, so you still have to play it correctly. This one again going for the gap. He's gone a little bit wider here. Will they try for 2? They will. And well, he's certainly having some work to do out there, Ramazia.
So for the uninitiated viewers across the world, one of the harder arts to perfect in this beautiful game of cricket is the art of leg spin bowling. And it's extremely difficult to control your line and length, ball in and ball out, which is why we often see leg spinners parade around a little bit. They're extremely effective at breaking partnerships, picking up wickets, but they can also go for a few runs, Rico.
Yeah. And I think it's all about, for me, when you got a leg spinner going, because it, like you said, it is a bit of an art, and in these conditions can be difficult. This time, that's nicely played, but unfortunate. He waited for it, got in good position, made good contact, but straight to the captain, Van Kat. Yeah, for me, it's all about getting into them before they get settled.
This one's bowled straight at him, a diving attempt there to prevent that single. And they're rushing back for a second, so this is excellent running from the French batsman.
Very good running.
Another small detail about Israr's bowling, Rico, is he takes very little time between deliveries. He's someone who races through his overs. Reminds me of Ravindra Jadeja, who does that on a regular basis for India across different formats of the game. And Israr is very much in that making. He rushes through his over, doesn't give the batsman too much time, and I think that's a brilliant trait to have for a spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And it doesn't, I think, as batsmen don't like that. Batsmen, once they play the ball or play the shot, they like a little bit of time, don't they? And if you're ready to go straight again, maybe you're breaking their concentration a little bit. But here, look, at the halfway stage, I think France have done pretty well. We recovered from that early loss, the loss of their captain, 58 for 2. So they're looking to be around the 120 mark. But if they can get some good acceleration in here, yeah, you could be pushing on 140. So at the halfway point, things are looking pretty even Stevens for me.
And the man who's been brought back to strike over here is Ghulam Rasool. We saw him pick a wicket earlier on. This is his last over of the spell. Venkat Raman Ganeshan probably thinking this is the time to strike. There's a nice partnership building over here, and France will be relatively pleased at this halfway stage. If they can lay a solid foundation over here, they can certainly try and throw the kitchen sink at it in the last few overs.
He played and chase on now for the fielder out. He's going to have to get a slide in, is he? Well, he doesn't have to, but he does get a little slide in as he picks the ball up. 2 runs have been taken, and it's interesting that they've gone back to Ghulam Rasool here. I think that's the case of saying, well, look, let's see if we can get this breakthrough, because the captain, Venkat, he will know that this partnership now is starting to look a bit threatening. Well, there's the little slide, but he stayed on his feet, gets the throw in.
I must say Usman Khan's done a fantastic job after coming in after the fall to the second wicket. He's moved to 20 of 19 balls and has been quite busy at the crease.
I think that was going down the leg side, and certainly heard a lot of bat there as well. It could have been pad bat, but I think that was always going down the leg.
He's
Probably
tried
see
to
that again.
He's tried to do that a couple of times, Rico. I think he's keen on playing the shot down the leg side, going down on his knee and trying to sweep a couple of balls there.
And this one, well, has that caught something on the way? Maybe got a little bit of pad, because that one was really far down the leg side. I'm just wondering if he's trying to, if he's got in conversation there with the wicket keeper, maybe trying to get a stumping there.
If you look at the field, they have a fielder at deep square leg, but there's no one behind the square on the leg side. He's probably trying to hit that gap there. He's perhaps better off trying to play with a straight bat, find the gap in front of square and rotate the strike. Ghulam Rasool is a clever bowler, and he's keeping things nice and tidy here.
He played again, gets in line well and brings the hands and the bat down. Good timer off the ball as he takes another single, and well, they negotiate another over of the dangerous Ghulam Rasool.
Yeah, I think the word of the hour right now is steady. The steady cricket from France over here. Steady cricket from Germany.
Yeah, see, at this stage, UJ, if I was in the French camp, I'll be saying this is perfectly fine, because they will know, having played yesterday and seeing the matches that were played yesterday, that this isn't, if you bowl well on it, it's not the easiest pitch to bat on. It's not a pitch where you're consistently going to score big runs. If one batsman gets in and goes to town, okay, but I think otherwise, if you can maintain good discipline in the field, runs are going to be hard to come by. So I think they know, and what they've got to think about here, and that's why both these batsmen can't get too carried away. They don't want to get into a mindset now where they need to hit boundaries. They don't. They need to keep going the way they are, get to that 120 mark, and that is going to be, well, as long as they bowl well, it's going to put a bit of pressure on the German team.
Absolutely, Rico. It's about breaking this down into smaller bits. I think the next 4 overs, set small targets and make sure you have a launching pad for the last couple of overs or so you can really go for trying to maximize that target that you're setting. And as we say that, we have Cindy Briteshe, who's watching live once again. She was also chiming in yesterday. Thank you, Cindy, for joining in. She's, of course, a fast bowler in the women's team.
It's a nice shot play. This is going to bring in 4 runs, so welcome to the party. It's what we're going to say to the bowler there, Nishkash. And this one, well, it wasn't nothing wrong with the ball, maybe just a little bit short, but it's outside the off stump. This is where he likes to play his shots, and I think, well, when the batsmen have got their eyes in, well, that's the sort of shot they're going to play. That's nicely played, well executed.
Yeah, we saw a bit of Sahir Nakash yesterday as well, or Dr. Saab as he's friendly referred to within the team. Yeah, I think he got this one wrong a little bit. I think Usman Riaz Khan's strength has been playing that upper shot in the offside. He saw that width, his eyes lit up, and he threw his hands at it. He has a good hand-eye coordination, does Usman. He played this one a little away from his body, but he was right on point and managed to make contact right underneath his eyes.
And Nakash needs a reply, and well, one thing he knows he cannot do is give too much width to Usman Khan. And he comes in once more. Better! Oh, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie Fireball! Jagga there, Fatte! What a beauty! What a reply!
Excellent riposte from Sahir Nakash over there. After having given some width to the batsman, this one's right on the money. A little bit of shape back into the batsman. Beats him for pace as well, I think, a little bit there. Excellent riposte from Nakash, and that'll be the third wicket that falls for France. They find themselves at 66 for 3. But I must say that Usman did a fair job, Rico.
Yeah, he did. Look, he's batted really well. We talk about partnerships. He's built a partnership. We talk about laying the foundations for the new batsman or the next batsman that come in. Well, they've done that, and like we were saying, I think we've gone past the halfway stage. They're going at around 5 runs and over. So yeah, this is an opportunity now for the next batsman to come in and just carry on from there. But the key thing, and what we saw yesterday in 2 good partnerships, is once one of those batsmen fell, very soon afterwards the other fell as well. France can't afford to do that. Right. So well, you've got to make sure that Kumaran here sticks around and keeps going the way he is. He's got to be thinking about batting 20 overs.
Can't agree more, Rico. And I think the next batsman who's made his way out to the middle, Mustafa Omar, we didn't get a look at him yesterday, but he'll certainly be interested in keeping this momentum going. I think what happened in the...
listen, I'm loving this. What you're seeing on the screen is something I've made reference to yesterday. This is the national sports setup, isn't it? It's like the centre of excellence. Well, when you've got the centre of excellence, you need gadgets like this. This is going around. It's working all day, non-stop, cutting the grass. Fantastic.
Well, Rico, I think it's our opportunity to name this one. What shall we call this autonomous lawnmower?
Well, go on. You're the tech guy. What do you reckon?
Well, that looks like a
Billy
to me.
Why don't we ask our viewers? Our viewers, come on. Come up with a name for us. We'll keep an eye on it. What do you reckon? It goes around, works tirelessly all day, and just cutting the grass. And it's magnificent to see. It's like having one of those hoovers at home that go around and negotiate table and chairs. Well, this one, well, it just goes around there cutting the grass. You know what they missed out on?
Let me start off with throwing one in the hat.
Go on. Okay, you then me. After this one. Oh, well bowled. It goes for the Yorker first up straight away. That's the ball that a new batsman is always fearing. Well, he's negotiated pretty well. Over to you. Tell us.
Right, so I'd call that one Billy. I'd call it Billy because of Billy the goat. And you know how goats graze around and make sure you have nice pastures?
I like your thinking. Yeah, Billy. Oh, there you go. Well, on the chat, Billy is the first name, so I'll leave you to come up with something. But you know what I was thinking about? So it's my turn after this ball. Gosh, short. Good delivery, and I'm liking this. This is what gets me fired up. This is what gets me all excited. You got a pace bowler coming in. All right, his first ball was a loosener, got thumped for 4. Then he came back with a Yorker. New batsman, Yorker, and then you're thinking, all right, what are you going to do next? Pin it in short.
Chin music there from Nakash. Beautiful stuff. Well, we heard from Cindy Bretesche, or Bretesh as we learned last time around. And not lagging behind are the German women as well, who've been stepping up to shout out and showcase their support for the German men's team. We have Kartika Vijayaraghavan, who's joining us as well and who's congratulating us on doing a good job. Well, thanks a lot, Kartika. We're really happy to bring this action to you, and we're looking forward to hearing from you throughout the course of this series.
Yeah, look, big hello to everybody out there, especially to all the ladies. And whether you are a cricketer or not, it's great to hear from you, and it's great to hear from the international players from France and from Germany. Keep it coming. And this one has beaten him all ends up again. A little bit more in this. That's a very good over. It started with a boundary, but he came back well and got those dot balls in. So fantastic work there. So going back to Billy, the only thing Billy is missing, we call him Billy for now, because we wait for other names to come through. The only thing is missing is a collar, because wouldn't it be great if you just attach a dog to it? So not only does it cut your grass, it also takes your pets for a walk.
That's brilliant. Well, we do have a few other ideas going around in the chat. Shakib Shaikh says we could call it the mower boat. Anushka Stefan, who's of course Dylan's mom, who's been catching all the action since yesterday, is calling him Gomo. That's not a bad one.
Gomo, hey, I like that.
Gomo is quite nice. But then we also have KG1, who's come up with automated cow. And, well, Kartika Vijayaraghavan says let's call him Deutsche Kuh, which means cow.
67, 3 wickets down, 12 overs gone, and Van Kat, the captain, he's deciding now that that partnership's broken. It's time for him to come back on, and he will be bowling to the new batsman, Omer. So Mustafa Omer on strike. just guided into that third man. Now this is really good for him. Now when you say to players that you want them to attack the ball, this is what you're talking about, and that's Dylan there coming in, and that'll put a smile on his mum's face. She's always watching and following you, Dylan. Good work.
Yeah, Ganesh will be looking to sneak in another tidy over here. He's into his third over in the spell.
Oh, hesitation,
well,
and it's a total mix-up here. And, well, this is, well, it's a shambles, really. This is what you can't afford to do. We were saying that Santiago Kumaran had to stay there and had to bat all the way through. They've got the two accomplished batsmen out, and, well, this one, look, it was yes, no, chal, ha, ni, ha, and in the end, it was all, well, it was Andre Iba one end, and it was Andre goodbye the other.
Well, I must say here that the batsman Mustafa Omar sold him down the river. Of course, Santiago Kumaran took a few strides. There was a bit of yes-no there, but I think an early loud no would have given him enough time to go back. Mustafa Omar took a few strides down. That led him to believe that the single was on, but, well, he found himself wanting. He was also the man who spent longer time at the crease, and, you know, there is a discussion to be had around whether he may have sacrificed his wicket, Rico.
I'm absolutely with you there. That's exactly what I was thinking. Look, you got an accomplished batsman there, somebody who's set. He's 21 or 31 balls. He's at the point now of an innings where you need him to get playing some runs. And really, yeah, for me, you've made a mistake there, Omar. I think he should have sacrificed his wicket. He thought, okay, I know I'm not going to get there. There's no way, but it's better I go because I haven't got going, rather than, well, Kumarana who has to go. And that's a disappointing end to an innings that he was, well, he's playing really well. Had a shaky start. He weathered the early storm. He got in there, made a good partnership, and really he was the one that had to be there for France to go and to score a decent total.
Not to take anything away from Mustafa Omar, of course. For all we know, he'll make us eat our hats, Rico, and, you know, score a blinder from here. But it's just that it's really hard for a new batsman to get set on this pitch. And once you've done the hard yards, it's about maximizing your time thereafter.
Yeah, well, that's a good delivery. And, yeah, I mean, you're right. But the thing is, also, he's put a bit of pressure on himself as well, hasn't he, the young man? Because now he knows that he's got to take a fair bit of the responsibility for that run out. And the only way he knows he can make up for it is to go and score some good runs here. So pressure time for him. And Venkat there, I think, is trying to expose that. He's just drifting these balls up to him, say, come on, son, go for it.
This one's nudged down towards long on. The single's definitely on. They're looking for a second, but there won't be another one. And the man who's quietly made his way to the middle on the fall of that wicket is Noman Amjad, who hit a couple of biggies yesterday to see France through. He'll be looking to do a bit more of that today.
Yeah, and also, again, a good all-rounder. He bowled very well as well, Noman Amjad.
Yeah, he did go for a few runs there, but he picked up a couple of vital wickets, did Noman. He'd be looking to bowl a more tidier spell today. He sprayed it around a little bit yesterday.
That's well bowled. It's going to be close. Well, it's not going to be close. It's going to be out. LBW. Well, Noman Amjad, we know what his least favourite fruit is. It's plum, because he has to go, and straight away, as soon as this one went up, you knew it was going to be close. The only question on this pitch is, would it go over the stumps? And, well, I don't think so. I think that's a good shout. It's got to go.
Well, you can look at him there watching the umpire ever so closely, but if he didn't get any bat on that, which did look like, I don't think there was any bat involved, he found himself right in front. That was plum.
But he's taken a long time to come off the pitch. Maybe he's giving some advice to his other batsman. Well,
yeah, probably
really
just telling him, don't play across the line like I did there, mate.
Yeah, and, well, that was, I have to say, good bowling from the captain. I think he's sensing now with those wickets of the key batsman that now it's just a case of getting the ball up there and let the batsman make the mistake.
Yeah, he's always been there and thereabouts, his Venkat. That's his first wicket here today. He's into his third over. He's gone for 13 runs, and he's bowled a really tidy over here. That'll make him extremely happy, and I must say that this wicket has just shifted momentum back to the Germans here. Now it's up for the French to rebuild. It's Jackson who's made his way to the middle. He'll join Omar, and they'll really look to try and rebuild over the next couple of overs before they can really try and build some momentum while they head towards the fag end of this innings.
Yeah, but once more, it's a crazy bit of cricket. The run out of Santira Kumaran when he was set. And then since then we've seen 2 very quick wickets and new batsman there in the crease. Partnership is required. Jackson on strike.
That beautiful line again from Venkat. He knows how to lure batsmen in. He's trying to make them put that foot across and drive through the line. Beautiful bowling there. That was an extremely tidy over there. He finishes his 3rd over. His figures read 1 for 13. So great bowling from the captain. France find themselves falling a little behind on the scoring rate. They're now scoring at 5 and 5/4 at the moment. They're on 68 for the loss of 5 wickets with 7 overs to go. And it's this man who came back beautifully in the last over after having gone for a boundary in the very first ball. At marking his run up once again and ready to get going, it's Dr. Saab Shahir Nakash with the ball in his hand.
Yeah, Nakash got a good bit of pace. We've seen he's got a lovely Yorker, and well, maybe he'll try that first up on batsman Omer. Well, that's a very, very good take from the wicketkeeper Sirin Ivasan. At the moment it was like the perfect lob. Well, if you were watching the Euros a few weeks back, there were some good lobs there. The goalkeeper with this one, he said, not going over me. That's a great take.
Yeah, it was almost like catching a baseball, wasn't it? He leaped out there and stuck his right mid out. So our live viewers here, Rico, are enjoying this conversation about Billy.
Okay,
we have a few more ideas. Gaurav Singh Rathore from the MTV Stallions is chiming in saying, how about calling him the lawn doctor?
I like that one. I like that one. What was the other one? Gomo.
Gomo was a good one.
Gomo, yeah.
And if you're someone who enjoyed watching the Terminator movies,
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger fame, of course, then you'll enjoy this one. We have a suggestion from Cause Master who says, how about calling it the Grassinator?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all coming in quick and fast now. Oh, I don't know now which one is my favourite. Well, keep them coming, folks. And, but it's a marvellous machine, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a
it's
marvellous
a
machine.
lovely day and age to be alive. You see technology leading to marvellous results.
Hewitt Jackson takes guard. His first ball. Come on, call it. What's it going to be, Yorker or a short one?
I think he's going to bowl this one at good length. It's a short batsman, is Jax. He's a short batsman in stature.
Goes for the Yorker.
Oh, you got that one right, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, you got it. I mean, it's one of those things, if you got it in artillery, if you got that Yorker going, there's an interesting thing. Did you find, I mean, I found this a lot of times, when I came into bowl, once you got that Yorker once, it was there. But trying to get it was the hardest thing. And I think the catch, he's got it. It's there. He knows when he wants it, it's going to deliver. So when a new batsman comes in, yeah, you go for it. You go for the Yorker, and you go for the toes, don't you? The old toe cruncher. Anyway, he's tried a Yorker. What will this one be? Will it be the short one? Right, it's straight at him.
Well, some
And
hesitation again here.
good throw. Very good work. And that's good from the bowler. It's nice to see that not only is he just focusing on his bowling, but the fielding as well.
Well, Rico, in the short form of the game, I think it's really important for the non-striker to back up a little bit. What I've observed here, from Mustafa Omar on a couple of occasions, is that he's sticking quite deep in the crease, not really helping his case, not getting a start to help convert those halves into ones, right? And I think that's probably going to sell some of his teammate shots if he continues to do that. There's probably a single there if they both went for it.
Yeah.
The hesitation cost them that one there.
Yeah, and at the moment, whereas before, well, just 3-4 overs ago, when they were taking the singles pretty freely, that's a wild one. And I think he's got away with it.
Probably just inside the tram line on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, the umpire had a good look. And batsman is probably thinking, is that not a wide? And yeah, I'd be thinking the same. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that may have just about been a wide, but benefit of doubt in calling that one, since in real time this one perhaps was a little too tight to call.
The batsman doesn't really move away from it, so he's trying to play a shot. Yeah, I think tough call, maybe just catching the line. Remember, that line belongs to the umpire.
This one's full, connects on the full and hits this one down to long on. Dylan Blick not there, cleans up, And that'll be another single for the French.
Yeah, as I was saying, those runs have sort of dried up now. Another good over there. Nakash, I think he got away with a couple there in that one. I think, my impression is that after getting that wicket in the first over, just trying to bowl perhaps a little bit too fast rather than concentrating more on the line and length there. Sort of quite a wild one outside the off stump there, and then going for the Yorker there was slightly over pitched. I think a better batsman or a batsman that's in form would have probably worked that away, perhaps to the onside boundary.
Looking at the bowling from the Germans so far, we see that Shahir Nakash is still the most economical bowler on show today. We have a few other spectators. Well, they come in all shapes, sizes and colours, don't they?
Well, listen, Bird, stay away from the motivator because he'll get you.
Billy is one evil machine, and he's hungry for grass and all kinds of creatures in the grass. Watch out for good old Billy, or the grassinator.
Watch out for the captain, Van Cat, if he comes in again. This one is short, worked away, but once more, we've seen that many a time, haven't we? There have been some short deliveries which batsmen have been able to latch onto, but they haven't been able to get past the two men that are out there. They've done a really good job patrolling the boundary, but just haven't been able to pierce the field, have they, with the boundary shots?
Yeah, 5-pronged approach from the German side so far. Only 5 bowlers bowled, and this is going to be the skipper's last over. He'll be looking to keep it nice and tidy as he is customary to do. Nice lines once again, just defended back to the fielder at shot cover.
Doesn't he bowl well though? Just 14 runs off his spell so far, the 1 wicket.
Well, this is that beautiful length, inducing some doubt in the head of the batsman.
Yeah, I think in two minds, wasn't he? Do I go forward? Do I go back? In the end, the feet really didn't come into play.
Yes, he found himself right on the fence with that ball.
This time, goes back, plays it pretty well. Good bit of fielding there, keep an eye on the ball. Waits for the ball to bobble up, takes it cleanly, gets a throw in.
Yeah, that lack of indecision was replaced by a decisive stroke there. Using his feet, going back, rocking back in the crease, and crunches that one into the cover region.
Jackson gets a bit of height on this and is taken comfortably. Well, good bowling from Van Cat, the captain, as well. You could see what Jackson was trying to do, was trying to create some room for himself and play that over the top into the gap, over the man. That short third man wasn't able to do so, and in the end it just presents a nice, comfortable, easy catch.
Once again, you see that this ball was played uppishly. He would have done better to keep that down. It was an easy catch there for the fielder at point, at backward point, and well, that's another wicket going down for the French, just when we said that they should be building a partnership now. So we've seen games ebb and flow throughout the course of the series.
Yeah.
Once again, I think France was pretty happy at the halfway stage. They found themselves with a couple of wickets down. They scored around 50 odd. 58 for 2 it was at the end of the 10 overs. And we see that in the last 5 overs or so, they've lost 4 wickets, didn't score too many. There's only 14 runs, so the squeeze was well and truly on. This is a pattern that's developing in the series.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, that one, we've seen that, yeah, as you quite rightly say, we've always seen periods, haven't we, where the score has really struggled to move in 4 or 5 overs, maybe just between 8 and 10 runs coming in that period. France did this yesterday as well, very much the same, made a very good start and then stumbled towards the end. But can they pick it up like they did yesterday? They got some good shots in towards the end of their innings, and that's what they need to do here now, because look, at one stage we were saying they're going comfortably at 5, just under 6 and over. We thought the 120 was on. Well, unless they get a good partnership together, I'm not necessarily talking about hitting boundaries, they just need to get the momentum going, the singles, the twos, and get that positive confidence going between them again. Look for the bad ball, put it away. At the moment, as we've seen, and we saw it from Nakash as well, we've seen 1 or 2 from Van Cat as well. They've not been good deliveries, but they haven't been able to put them away.
That's right, and Rico, people often refer to this game as the gentleman's game, and I'd like to contest that and say, well, this is also a game that requires a lot of intelligence, and it's not intelligence in terms of aptitude or IQ and other senses of the word, but it's about cricketing intelligence, and this is all about trying to win those small movements so that you can, you know, bank on it when the iron is hot. And these are these small lapses that we've observed in the approach to the game from the French. They were right on top yesterday. They didn't require to do anything fancy, but they did just that, found themselves in a pickle and had to recover from there.
Well bowled, and he's gone. It was full, it was straight, and the only thing the umpire had to decide was whether it was going to go on and hit the stumps, and I think there's no doubt about it, probably hitting middle and leg. So good delivery, LBW. Look here, shuffle across, and you can see there, that was the question. The umpire had to decide, was it going to go on to hit or miss? And well, with that finger going up, the decision was made. Rizwan, the umpire, says you got to go. Here's another wicket.
Yeah, he used the crease well there as well. You saw he bowled this one slightly wide off from the crease, getting that angle to work for him. Hit him on the full. The only doubt there in the umpire's mind would have been whether or not that ball was heading down leg. And Rizwan there felt that was going to hit the leg stump perhaps. It's given him, as we see, Billy, Grassinator at work. He's making sure that the soccer games can go on along, nicely planned.
It looks a little bit, honestly, the wrong colour. It looks a little bit like the Batmobile, doesn't it, as well?
Well, yeah, if I was an ant and I was looking up at it, that would certainly be impressive.
It looks happy at work, though, doesn't it? It looks happy, looks content. I think it's...
He's got a lot of eyes as well, doesn't he?
Good, yeah, a lot of eyes.
There's
but look,
some brilliant views from the
beautiful picture
drone
from
for
the
us.
drone. Now, a lot of people ask us, well, you're in Krefeld. Tell us a little bit more. Well, Krefeld is a city in the North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany, and it's located northwest of Düsseldorf, not far from... well, I was going to say not far from the Rhine. Well, talking about Rhine, it's raining now, isn't it? A bit of rain, but hopefully it's just going to be a passing shower. There's still a lot of bright skies around us. This one will be a wide ball, so automatically a left-hander coming in, and the bowler just getting the line wrong. One thing, I mean, talking about the left-hander, not too many left-handers in these squads, are they? Which is a surprise, because I mean, you've heard me say many a time, I like the left and right-hander combination.
That's right, great lines again from Nakash. He's trying to find those toes, bowling these full balls, trying to hit the wicket. You miss and I hit has been his formula so far. And this left-handed new batsman is Mobashar Hussain Ashraf, who's made his way to the middle. There's still a long way to go in this French batting innings, as we see some rain come down. We've had some bad weather going around today.
Yeah, the two umpires, Rizwan Akram and Vinay Malhotra, they get together, and I think they've probably decided, okay guys, let's just let this pass. I don't think that's sensible. We don't need any unnecessary injuries. Now look, Vinay Malhotra, I think there's a story with Vinay as well. Don't you have something in common with him?
Sure I do. So it turns out that Vinay Malhotra is from the same city as I am from. So we come from Hyderabad in India, and Vinay was telling me about his love for biryani and how he's been living there for the last 14 to 15 years, I believe. And yeah, he's enjoying his time here in Germany. He is currently located in Frankfurt. And well, he's one thing that he's certainly been missing is biryani, until he discovered that a nice little place in Frankfurt is serving it just in the way he likes it.
Well look, you started food talk now, so why don't we go on to food talk. Now a couple of things is I found out that the Germans, they love their bread. Is that right? I mean, there's something like 300 different variations of bread here in Germany, and I must admit, I think one of my problems, and obviously being from Spain as well, the Spanish love their bread as well. Whenever we eat, you're always eating bread, so it's always about trying to keep away from the carbs. But well, that's not necessarily just the problem, because not only is the bread, but you need a good bit of bread.
Right.
When you have, is it the Sauerbraten?
Well, yeah, so
a
there's
very famous dish.
That's correct, right. And I think after having lived in Germany for a while, once you leave and live around the different parts of the world, you'll sorely miss the bread. And you know, I've seen a lot of people complain about bread, despite the fact that there are several countries that claim you get the best bread in, you know, country A, B, and C.
Yeah.
It's a battle that goes on. That debate never dies. Well, we see that the players have been taken off the field. Hopefully this bad weather won't stick around too long, and we'll get a nice and full game.
Yeah,
we're certainly looking forward to an exciting contest here.
Yeah, some darker clouds in there to our left here, but I mean, the forecast for today, I mean, there was showers on and off, but I mean, as a very good friend of mine would say, an umpire and, well, a well-known and renowned tournament referee, Ron Graham, always used to say to me, oh, it's only a forecast, Rico, and well, the forecast was that after sort of 11:30, We'll be okay till about 5, but hopefully this is just a passing shower. Well, we certainly had a mixed bag, I should say, of weather today. We've had some sunshine as well and some showers, but well, one thing I would say, who is this, or ask I should say, who is this advantageous to? I would say it's to the French team at the moment, because I think Germany, especially in the last, since the 12th over, have got their tails up. They've got those crucial wickets. This is an opportunity for France to regroup for the little bit of time they've got, because now the rain, see it stops, so it won't be too much longer, just to get together and have a quick look and say, look, this is where we are, this is what the score is, this is the number of balls we've got to come. Look, let's work on this, and let's try and take that 73 that the score is on, and look, we've got to push to get to 100. This is what we need to do. This is the plan.
That's
so
right.
I think it will work in their favour.
Yeah, so I think that's especially true in case the game's not curtailed, right? If we lose some overs because of the bad weather, then Germany will be pretty happy with where they find themselves. They'll have a specific target that they're potentially chasing if we don't see that this innings reaches closure. But it really depends on how the weather gods will smile down upon us today.
Yeah.
And it's the one job that you can, do completely wrong every single day and still have your job. Now the weatherman has been getting it wrong every single day in Krefeld. Let's hope he got it wrong today again,
But
and the sun will start smiling on us before we know it.
Yeah, I mean, you were telling me when you were here with the women's T20 International between Germany and France that you had some terrible weather, a lot of rain, but amazingly, you didn't lose any cricket at all.
Well, there wasn't any rain, that was it. So every single day we woke up to forecast that said we could and should expect rain and thunderstorms. And the only single time that we caught a bit of drizzle was, I think, after the very last game was played. So let's hope for more of that. We had a complete tournament with all games fully played, and that's something that we're hoping for on this occasion as well.
Well, look, the players might be off, the umpires may be off, but the Grassinator, he's still there doing his job. And, well, another thing, I mean, we've talked about food, and people always say, well, look, you talk about food, well, what about drink? Now, come on, when it comes to Germany, it's all about beer, isn't it?
Absolutely
It's all about beer.
is.
And look, there's some facts here for you, I can tell you. So the Germans love brewing beer almost as much as drinking it. As many as 5,000 brands are brewed each year, around 1,300 breweries nationwide, and they're brewed according to obviously strict laws that the governing body lay down. These breweries produce around 115 hectolitres of beer each year, and I'm told that if you wanted to try every single brand of beer that there was, it would take you like 15 years. I mean, that's amazing stuff, isn't it?
Isn't that incredible? And I think we live in this day and age where there are microbreweries that are spawning all around the world. But if you were to lean back, sit down and think, hey, which is that country where, this drive for beer really manifested, I think Germany will be right on top. I personally love my Belgian beers. I think there's a lot of richness about the Belgian beers. I love them. I have a bunch of favorites when it comes to Belgian beer.
You know you're in Germany.
I do know I'm in Germany, and
like
I just want to say that that's German beer is a close second for me. Right? I do have my favorites, especially on a hot sunny day. Nothing cools you down like a good old Weinstefana, a good old Weizen. But having said that, well, Rico, a bunch of other things that are of interest to us in the greater scheme of things is what is at stake at the end of the series. And we know that Germany find themselves at number 33 on the ICC T20 international rankings. Norway is placed at 38. And considering the fact that France haven't played any T20 internationals over the last couple of years, they are yet to be ranked on the scale. What's interesting is to try and engage with our viewers, share a little bit about how these points and ratings are computed. There's a gentleman by the name of David Kendix who is responsible for coming up with this formula that the MRF Tires ICC team rankings go by, and this has been in place since 2003. David Kendix, of course, is a cricket statistician and a scorer, and he's well known to do a lot of this at Lords. And these ratings are based on a sliding scale of 3 to 4 years, and the oldest 2 years in a sliding window of matches are weighted around 50%, while the most recent games are weighted a full 100%. You might be wondering how this goes on. So the difference between the team ratings and the opponent's rating when the series begins is what's considered. So if you were to beat a team that's above you in the rankings, then you would earn more points. So winning a match gives 50 points more than the opponent's ranking or rating at the start of a series. If you were to lose a match, then you would earn 50 points less than the opponent's rating. And if you're wondering, well, let's say you accumulate a bunch of points through the course of a year or two, then how exactly would you find yourselves on a rating? What exactly would the rating be? Well, the total number of points that you earn divided by the total number of matches that you played in a particular sliding window would give you the rating of your team. So there is something at stake over here with a few games that Germany is playing, and if they can register a few wins through the course of this series, they do have a chance to earn a few rating points and move up the rating scale. So if you look at who's sitting prettily above them, it's Uganda at rank 32, and they're only a single rating point above Germany. So I think that's up there for grabs if they can go along and win all these games that they're playing.
And of course, I suppose what that also means, though, is the teams that are ranked below them, so talking Norway, of course, and also France, that are now, well, will be in those rankings now that they played the T20 International yesterday and they're playing here today. Well, if they are able to beat a team that's above them, it's hugely beneficial to them and the points that they get, right?
Absolutely. And if we were to zoom out a little bit more, Rico, and try and look at what the big picture is like in this grand context, in the scheme of things, then, well, we also have the World Cup qualifiers that are coming up later on this year in November. That'll then decide which team from the European leagues can go and progress to the World Cup 2023. That'll take place in Australia, of course. This was supposed to have taken place back in 2020, but we do know what happened after that. The pandemic hit us and that tournament was postponed to 2023.
Look, I know why I've got you next to me. I always said you're the stats man and you come up with all these interesting facts. But that really is interesting, because one of the things that I know we were talking about on day one was, well, how do the ratings work and the point system work? Well, I'm glad that you clarified that, and I'm sure there's a lot of people back at home or wherever they're watching from that will find that useful when they go and have a look at the rankings. And you can see those rankings if you just go on to the website, just put in ICC international rankings, and you can see the numbers up there. But you know how my mind works. So going back to the beer, and it's a question I'm going to ask you, because you've obviously lived in Germany for a fair bit. Oktoberfest. Now come on, talk to me about Oktoberfest, because I hear so many things, and everybody says to me, I know when I was at Kiel, and I know some of the guys, the Stallions there, and also Kiel. Look, I say a big hello to everybody that is tuning in from those places. I mean, we had a wonderful fan code at European Cricket Series in Kiel. Hello to Akbar, I mean, really did look after us, and all the teams there were brilliant, and the Stallions, the team that you play for us. But everybody was saying to me, look, Rico, you've got to come for the Oktoberfest, because they know, I mean, I have to admit, I'm not a massive fan of beer, but I do like to try like some of the darker beers. I like, just the odd one or two, and but I'm guilty of loving my food too much, but I like the way that in Oktoberfest, not only have you got the beer, but you've got the food that go with it. Yeah, so the Oktoberfest is a lot more than just the beer, Rico, so you'll certainly find it an exciting event to visit. I've been to a few myself over the last few years, and it's one hell of an experience. Well, there are a few things that you might not like to be a part of, but all things considered, I think it's certainly worthy to experience it at least once, if not frequently. One of these things that you might enjoy, since you like your fun facts, Rico, is the fact that the beer you get at Oktoberfest is typically a little stronger than the regular beer. It's called Stark beer, which means, a little stronger. And you get them in large glasses that are called masses. So a mass is a 1 liter jug of beer. So you better work on those biceps if you want to keep chugging those down. 1 liter jug of beer. What's it called again? It's a mass. Yeah, it's a mass. I tell you what, there's obviously something about thumbs, isn't there, as well? Because when you're in a German place and you give somebody the thumbs up, next thing you know, you end up with a beer. And then I was told later, well, every time you do that, that means you want another beer. Well, there are a lot of interesting traditions that go down along these lines. So if you're in Cologne or Bonn, in these regions, you have a small beer that's called a Kölsch. And the way it works with these breweries that brew Kölsch is, if you're sitting at one of these bars and grabbing a Kölsch, unless you put a coaster on top of the empty glass, they keep coming in and refilling your glass. So that's a brilliant one to be a part of and experience as well. It's worth knowing as well, isn't it? It's worth knowing, especially if you don't want to stomach more than you wish to. Well, just to let you know, as you can see probably on your screens, we've had a slight rain stoppage. The good news is that once the players had gone off, though, we did have a downpour, quite a heavy one, for a few minutes. That has now stopped, so I'm pretty sure that the match officials Rizwan Akram and Vinay Malhotra will be looking to go out there and just do a quick pitch inspection before the players go back on. But remember, this is not the only European cricket that we have going on. We also have the Fan Code European Cricket Series happening in Sweden, in Malmo. Now, I told you earlier that in the first match today, in match number 17, it was a debut affair. Not a debut affair, I should say. It was the two Ariana teams playing each other, and it was actually Ariana AKIF that were victorious in that, chasing getting to the 87 they required of just 6.2 overs. And in the second match, derby is the word that I was looking for, in that derby between Ariana, the two Ariana sides, well, it was comeback time for Ariana CC. They won that match. They chased down the 81 required of only 6.3. So plenty of interesting cricket coming from Malmo.
And we've got some good news as well to add to that, Rico. Our main man Maxi has been exceptional in supporting all proceedings here from the European Cricket Network. Has just led on that the umpires are considering starting soon. They're going to make a quick inspection once again. This was only a brief spell of rain that interrupted play. So if all things go well over the next few minutes, play might resume in about 10 to 12 minutes from now. So perhaps a 1 p.m. Central European time start is what we're looking at. So not too far away from live action once again. We find that France is in the back seat for now. They're on 73. They've lost 7 wickets. Venkatraman Ganeshan, of course, the skipper, leading the bowling attack from the front. He went for 15 runs but picked 2 vital wickets. So exceptional spell of bowling from him. And Dr. Sahir Nakash was excellent with the ball as well. He's into his third over before rain stopped play, and he's given away only 8 runs and picked up 2 vital wickets to peg the French back a little bit more.
Yeah, it's been we always knew this was going to be an entertaining battle. Remember, you can check out all the stats if you just go into europeancricket.com. So you can have a look at the teams, the squads, the fixtures that are coming up, and well, loads of the player stats as well, the runs that they scored, the wickets that have been taken as well, and also the schedule that we have up. And only just the one match from Krefeld today. It's T20I International. We'll be back to 2 matches again tomorrow. And well, while we're talking about that, I can tell you what we have up tomorrow. So we're starting up with well, the rematch. I know this match is far from over, but tomorrow on Saturday it will be Germany versus France again. That's at 11 a.m. local time, and then followed by, we welcome back Norway versus France, another rematch that I'm looking forward to. That was a real tussle. It was a topsy-turvy type of game, which France won in the end. But of course Norway, they're looking to get the first points on the board in these group stage matches for them, and if they're not able to do so, they could find that they're going to miss out on the grand final that'll be happening on Sunday at once again local time at 3:30. Gives us an opportunity once more, while the umpires are getting ready to do their pitch inspection, to say, well, a massive thank you to everybody in the DCB, which is the German Cricket Federation. And I know that it's a partnership that is working fantastically well with the European Cricket Network. I think the two parties not only are putting the Fan Code European Cricket Series together. I know that after Malmo that I will be in Dresden, certainly looking forward to that. So another event for me in Germany, and well, I'm learning many things about German culture all the time, and well, I'm loving every moment of it. So yeah, thank you to the German Cricket Federation, also to Brian Mantle, the CEO, and well, the other people around here. Look, I know that you're all enjoying Uday. Everybody says to us that the production now, compared to where it was say a year ago, is fantastic. It really is top quality. A lot of people say it's like going from normal TV to HD. That's the difference they know. So great big shout out to one of our partners, Spring Productions, and here the guys that are doing a marvelous job on site. The production team here, Stan, Martin, Rista, Dan, and Scuba Snacks, and the ground staff, Omar and Nicola, they've been fantastic. And also to big shout out to the guys representing the European Cricket Network team here, Max Bai and Arslan Arif. They're also working very hard behind the scenes. It is very much teamwork in action, isn't it? Because you've got the production team doing the film, but all the stats, all of the scores, etc., that you see out there, that is all courtesy of the European Cricket Network team that are doing their work, doing the scoring, and also the local scorers that we have as well. And again, Brian Mantle, we need to give him another shout out, because I know he does a lot of work there as well on the scoring side. So well done to everyone. And talking about team, the team of umpires are out there just doing the pitch inspection.
Right, and on cue there's a discussion going on and questions floating in about when play will resume. And to give you an update on that, we see that the umpires are inspecting the pitch at the moment, and we will have a very quick update for all of you who are tuning in live to all of this action. Keep your comments coming in. Once again, a shout out to the French international women's cricketer Cindy Britesh, who chimed in earlier on this morning. We love the fact that you're all supporting your men's team as well, and the German women are not too far behind. They came out and voiced their comments and praise and support for their team. Kartika Vijayaraghavan, of course, who is there and shouting out her support for the German team. Excellent stuff here.
Brilliant, fantastic.
So we're awaiting an update from the two umpires who are out there in the middle and are trying to see how quickly play can resume. But I must say that things are looking relatively better over here. There's a thick cloud cover, but for now the rain has relented. We see that the umpires are waving the players back on, I believe. Indeed, so we should have live action coming back to you any second now.
I think perhaps first of all there'll probably be a discussion maybe with the two captains. Maybe it'll be a case of telling them.
Well, we have some information coming in just now, and in fact the game will resume at 1 p.m. local time, so that's only 4 minutes away from here. Do go grab yourselves a coffee, perhaps get a good nature break if you please, and get back to all of this live action. There's a interesting game that's taking place and taking shape here in front of us. I do think that the French are still in it with a chance. They just need to make sure they can get about the 100-run mark, perhaps fancy getting around the 120-run mark. They do have a bunch of good bowlers in their team. We saw the leg spinner Ahmed Zai being extremely effective yesterday alongside this fiery fast bowler Mangal. Rahmatullah Mangal was splendid yesterday as well. So I think with these good bowlers in their ranks, if they can post something around 120 runs, or definitely 100 runs should be the first milestone, get into that 3 figures. We talked a bit about how this is also a mental game and how that can lift their spirits, take some momentum into the bowling lineup and try and peg a few early wickets, put the Germans under pressure, and stranger things have happened in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it goes back to what we were saying yesterday, wasn't it? If you can get to the 100 mark and then build on that, and that's when you start to apply a little bit of not just normal pressure but mental pressure on the team that's having to go out there and chase. And the way France are here at the moment, they still do have wickets in hand. I mean, they've lost some wickets there, which was a shame, after some good work was done by some of the earlier batsmen, and we saw that run out of Kumaran. That was really, I think, a turning point for me. If he was still out there, I think 2 things would have been different. One, I don't think there would have been, certainly not the number of wickets that they've lost, so there would have been more wickets in hand. And I think that score, we wouldn't be talking about a score being on 72. I think we're talking about it being closer to around 90. And with just under 5 overs to go, I think they could really go on to put. We were talking about 120, 140. That 140 was on. But here now, what do you think? With the balls remaining, I think there need to be 30 runs has got to happen.
That's absolutely right. I think run
of
balls
balls can get
them
40,
to
that's going to be sensational.
Agreed. And just talking to the coach a little while ago, earlier this morning, in fact, with Sarvanan, he was talking about, as we see images of the French and German flags being hoisted here, coming into play, brilliant signs here, and I think it's also something that instills a lot of pride in these players. They're representing their countries and sporting your colors in front of live audiences that are growing by the millions by the minute. Rico, I think this is an exceptional feeling for all the players over here. And I was just about to say that I was having a chat with Sarvanan, the coach of the French team, and I think his entire aim behind all of this is to try and think of this from a long-term perspective. So he's talking about how exactly this is a learning experience for a lot of the French cricketers. They want to learn and grow from here, and one of the reasons I think the French have faltered in small parts of this game over the last couple of days that we've observed, Rico, can be, really assigned and attributed due to the lack of experience that this squad has. And as this tournament progresses, I'd imagine that they'll learn from these experiences and try and not make those mistakes again. They'll try to prevent repetition of the same errors, and we can see that this side will become one that's nicely knit, strongly, set towards that single goal of making it to the qualifiers.
Yeah, nice shot there of the two batsmen. Waited to come back out again, and like I was saying, I do believe, and there's the German squad there as well, I do believe that this break is beneficial more to the batsmen than it is to the bowlers. Bowlers have to start back again, the fielders have to get warm again, bowlers have to get back into their rhythm. But the batsmen, well, they know what they've got to do. They've got to try and accelerate without being silly. The key thing here is not to go crazy and lose too many wickets, because you need to bat. One thing for sure is your 20 overs. But going back to what you were saying, I think this journey of European cricket at the moment in general has been fantastic. Look, we've had this lockdown, which is obviously been a nightmare for everybody, but cricket has still happened. Amazingly, the European Cricket Network has continued to have the fan code European Cricket Series all the way through that, and I think that has been huge for European cricketers. They want to be out, they want to be playing, they've been playing cricket. And then I think the next step for that, and this is twofold, is we, as in us, the world, have been seeing stars in the making. It's been an excellent opportunity for unknown cricketers to make their mark in their country, and then two things have happened. Some of those have been selected to the upcoming ECC, the European Cricket Championship, that's going to be happening in September in Cardiff. Okay, and you can obviously see information about that if you go on to the European Cricket website, but also selection for T20 international team as well. And I remember when I was in Germany in Kiel, that was all happening, wasn't it? There was players playing in that fan code series in Kiel, but sometimes they weren't featuring in the game because they were away at a national cricket camp as well. All exciting stuff. I think European cricket at the moment is just growing bigger and better all the time, and I think that's great. And a massive thank you needs to be given to all the federations that are involved, because they really are supporting it 100%, and also of course to the fan code European Cricket Network as well for putting on those fan code series events and events like this, which are being watched worldwide. And on that note, the good news is, while we've been chatting away and without a cup of tea to our name, I have to say, or a cup of coffee, the players are back out there and we look like we're ready to resume.
That's right, and it's Shahir Nakash with the ball again. He'll be looking to continue on the good work he put in before rain stopped play, and the batsman on strike is Mubashir Hussain Ashraf, of course, who's, as Rico observed earlier on, one of the few left-handed batsmen we've seen. Germany themselves have Talha Khan to boast about. As we see a full toss, well, this was played in the air, but just far away from Venkatraman Ganeshan, the skipper, who tidies up and keeps that down to a single.
Yeah, both the batsmen out there are Ashraf. That gets him his first run, and Ahmad.
Well, Rico was just talking about the splendid effort that's been put in behind the scenes by all of these federations involved, and I think this collective effort is what can really expand and make this game thrive over the next few years. And I think all of this is also possible because of the continued support of our live viewers. So thanks a lot for your support. Keep doing this, and we can see the sport grow within the European continent.
Yeah, that's massively important. Yeah, well said. I mean, it's all down to people watching around the world, and we're hearing about that all the time. And I know that even on the chat, when we look at the chat, there's people watching from, well, places that we didn't even know cricket exists, and we find out that cricket is being played in these places as well. And we've just become, and I always like to say, we've become a global cricket family.
Well, this one's bowled full and struck firmly down to fielder at long off. It's Ghulam Rasool who'll clean up. He has a good arm on him, so they'll keep this one down to one.
Yeah, nicely fielded, and of course, because we've had that rain, all of a sudden, every time a ball like that is played along the deck, it's going to come back nice and wet for the bowler. So, for a quick bowler like Shahir Nakash, it's something that he's going to have to contest with.
Rico, you were talking about how the game has become a global sport now. Continue on after this ball.
Well bowled indeed as well. Oh, well, you can see he was trying to be clever there. He was trying to play that onto the stumps, and it probably wasn't that far away, but the single was conceded.
That's right. Yeah, so Rico, this game has indeed become a global sport. We've heard from a lot of fans who were chiming in from Houston. Some of my family were watching this game late into the night, early in the morning for them, in fact. And well, a lot of support from all parts of the world, making this a truly global sport, as you rightly put. And I also think a lot of our fans are enjoying this coverage, as we can clearly see from the chat that we're getting. It is a Friday, mind you, and I wonder how they're doing at work, but they're sneaking that in. We have our skipper back, the MTV Stallions, who is supposedly at work, but he's continuously showing up in the chat. He's saying hi to Sachin Mandy, who's up and live and kicking as well. Are you coming to training today? They're having a conversation here, Rico.
Hello Sachin, and hello to everybody. Hello to the Stallions. And what I liked about Kiel is obviously when the Stallions were playing, we're just the other side of the field is where the Stallions were, all the horses. I thought that was very, very appropriate. I'm saying that I'm looking forward to going to Dresden. It's great being here in Krefeld. Kiel was great. I mean, Germany is such a vast place, and it's so different. And the one thing that I was amazed to see is a third of it, it's still woodlands and forest. That really amazed me.
Yeah, isn't that nature is one of the most calming and beautiful things that humans can enjoy. And well, we have Dylan here, who is going to bowl his first over. We didn't get a good look at his bowling so far. He did manage to bat a little bit yesterday before he hit one in the air.
This could be a wicket off his very first ball, and it is. Well, what a start. It wasn't the most handsome of looking shots, and well, this is exactly what we were saying that the batsmen didn't need to do. They don't need to be throwing the bat at everything and losing wickets. They need to be thinking about building partnerships. Well, what a start this is for Dylan. Gets a wicket straight away, and I know, well, I'm saying I didn't get a cup of tea. I bet you his mum's probably spilt her cup of tea, jumping up for joy, saying, yes, that's my boy.
Yeah, she was right here a little while ago, wasn't she? I'm sure she is proud of what Dylan did here with his very first delivery that is bowled in the German colours. So excellent stuff there, and the man in action once again catching that ball is the skipper, Venkatraman Ganeshan. We've seen him catch a few here already. We would have probably expected him to take a handful of wickets or score a bunch of runs, but it's the catches column that he's really ticking all the time. I think that's already his 5th catch in this tournament, and it's only the 2nd game that we're playing.
Yeah, I mean, is this Brignot's first bowl in international cricket?
Certainly in German colours, because I don't think he bowled yesterday. He made his debut yesterday, mind you.
Well, what a start. What a start. Wicket off your first ball. And here he comes in again. And this one is hit on the full. Take a single. Very important here now, isn't it, that France, they regroup and they get this this score back on track. They've got to try and get to the 100 plus for me.
Yeah, the man who's made his way to the middle, Rico, is one who's impressed both of us. It's Ramatullah Mangal. He's really good with the ball. Can he do it with the bat?
Is it hard towards the fielder? Ball skidding along the deck, but good pick up, a good throw.
Rico, I often feel that you can tell by one facet of the game how a cricketer approaches the other facets. So if you see someone diving around in the field, you can imagine that they're gonna take this hard while they're out there with the bat as well. And I think with that single ball that we've seen Ramatullah Mangal play, he was brave there, strong, and threw everything at it. So I think he's someone who's going to try and attack the bowling over here.
Oh, this is being hit very well. And will they push for 2? Yes, they do.
You can see that in his running between the wickets as well, dashing between the wickets there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you can normally tell, like you said, just maybe from the body language of a player, the way they're motivated, the way they're fired up, that you know they're going to give you something in every department of the game.
And it's Jubair Ahmed here. This is a good shot. He's found that gap between long on and Cow Corner. Brilliant shot there. We've seen him play well yesterday as well, Jubair Ahmed. He played a vital role in that innings that helped him get past the target that Norway posed. This one was in his arc. He gave it a wallop and found the gap between long on and mid-wicket. Well, they're trying to plug that gap now.
Yeah, that was a good shot, and for the first time really in a long time. They're able to pierce the gap. Well, there has been a field change here now. Both batsmen just having a chat. So Ahmed is looking to go after Blignort here with this ball to go. The score moves into the 80s, so 84 for 8.
I think this man is key here.
Not quite where he was looking to play this, but well, I think he gets him the run, and it gives him the strike as well. That is the end of the over. So the first ball was a wicket for Dylan, the bowler. He ends up with 9 runs of his first, and the score moves on to 85 for 8. 17 overs gone.
Right, with 3 overs to go, that's just the kind of momentum that France would have been looking to build on. That boundary there from Jubair Ahmed, injecting some life back into this French innings. It's small pieces in the game that can add to the momentum, and I think he'll take some confidence from that boundary.
Yeah, what do you think on this decision here? I mean, it's a quick bowler. I was once, I promise, and yourself as well. These conditions have changed. Ball's now wet, the ground's wet. Would you still be going with your quicker bowlers, or would you try and change it and put a slower bowler in just so you can get the ball in the right area?
That's a good call there, Rico, and we do know that there are a few overs up the spinner's sleeves. As we see Nakash running once again, he's tried to find the gap on the offside and rightly sent back. Yeah, you're right when you spotted the fact that there is few overs left from the spinners, Rico. We saw Israr Khan bowl his first couple of overs. He sprayed it around a little bit. He was a little short to begin with, but I think he was finding his rhythm. He was unlucky to have not picked up that wicket, that one that Vijay put down. He got his hands to it, but failed to cling on. We also know that
Nakash going for that Yorker. This has been well played. Gets past the infield. They will come for 2. They're taking him on. In comes the throw. Very well run. It is the direct hit. It's a super throw. And well done to the fielders as well, keeping their eye on the ball. No chance of stealing a third.
Yeah, I was saying we also know that it's pretty hard to get the spinners away on this pitch, especially when you're a new batter at the crease. So if I were the captain, I would still consider turning to my leg spinner. The fielders can go back, so you can protect the boundaries, ask them to clear it. And as we said yesterday, these aren't really short boundaries. They're 60 meters away since it's a T20 game. So you do need to hit the ball well if you want to clear them. And as we know, with the leg spinners on, it's often a fair roll of the die.
Yeah, clever slower ball attempted there by Nakash. Single was taken. The score, well, probably getting close to the 90s here. And these two, Ahmed and Mangal, so far doing a pretty good job, playing some attacking shots. This one, it's gone up in the air, will drop safe. Be just a single. Well, I say just a single. The two fielders leave it to each other. It's a direct hit.
Oh, well, we've just heard on from our production team that this game indeed has been reduced to 18 overs. So, well, the gravity of the situation has just gone up a few notches. So a couple of balls left here. The French will be certainly looking to maximize. That explains why Junaid Ahmed was also quite intent on clearing that infield, trying to maximize the scoring opportunities with a couple of deliveries to go.
Right, so we are in the final over then. Well, I'm just wondering whether there was going to be any changes in the overs. Remember, it's not a game on after this, but obviously the umpires have to follow the regs and the laws that they have. So it's going to be an 18 over match. So I would imagine though here that DLS will play a part. So the score here, I mean, I know DLS changes a lot. The score here could be revised, could it not? As we see this delivery. It's hit firmly into the ground. They're looking to go for 2. I think they've got to go for it. And the throw, well, he took his time. He throws it in the right area. There is a dive, but it's not enough to save him. He had to go, and that's very, very good work from Ghulam Rasool. Look, one thing that was good here, he never panicked. He knew what was going on. He had a lot of people shouting at him. He took his time. The first thing was to concentrate on the ball. He did that perfectly, attacked it, took his time and thrown it to the right area. And despite the desperate lunge of the fielder, It's the run out, and he gets the applause from the caster bowler, and you see the side screen there as well, showing you the score. So we are into the 90s. Yeah, just wondering with DLS now, because obviously the batting team is expecting to face 20 overs and the nugget 20. I don't know if that means that there is some calculation that could see perhaps their score go up a little, but well, all that information will be given to us at some point.
Right, with one ball to go, and for the uninitiated viewers, if you're wondering what this DLS is all about, well, it's the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. I'll talk to you about that in a bit.
Oh, this is going to be a wide ball. Now that's good, clever batting, because you can see that some batsmen would have gone for this regardless, being at the last ball, could have got a bit of pad onto it, and would have just got a single, but he's done well there. He takes the wide, Mangal, and again, like you said, you can tell normally from a player, if he knows the game, well, Mungo knows exactly what he's doing there. Akash. This one is where it needs to be, and it's going to be a...
Well, it's Israr, the man with the magnetic arm there. They're not going to chance a second to him in the deep. So that'll be curtains for this first innings. France have managed to go about the 90-run mark. I think this is a competitive score on the boards.
Yeah, 93 for 9. I mean, we were saying that in the 20 overs, we want to see them really get to... Well, at one point they were on for the 120, but they would have probably perhaps fancied getting themselves to 110. So 93 of 18, I think, well, I think that's a good score. They said they had that, again, that little wobble. We've said that all the teams have had wobbles, haven't they? But they stuck together, and they were in danger at one point maybe of not batting all the way through. But they have done so.
Right.
So there's going to be work to do here. I mean, we'll get clarification if there is any change onto the score. But at the moment, good job done, as we get to see some of those highlights that will be coming up. But I think Germany, once more, will be quite satisfied with the work they've done. They've stayed together as a team. One thing I did like, and I was quite impressed with as we see these highlights, was the way the captain, Venkat, did use his bowlers.
That's right, and as we see, it was Noor who started off with his left arm swing bowling. He brought the ball in quite nicely into the right-handed batsman, but we also saw some positive cricket from the French at the top of the order. Ghulam Rasool once again was quite effective in picking up those early wickets. He got one to show for it in his good spell of 4 overs. Venkatraman Ganeshan as safe as a house there once again. He's really picked up a few catches in the series so far. And then Nakash was excellent with those in-swinging Yorkers, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful delivery. I think at that moment Nakash was bowling a nice rhythm, just bowling good to his strength. He tried to bowl at one point a little bit too fast for me towards the end of his spell, but when he was bowling his natural stuff, I think he bowled really well. I think the batsman Ali, we saw him getting out earlier. He would be very disappointed the way he got out, just guiding the ball to the captain. Well, and here we go. Well, Dylan, his very first ball, hits the ball straight up in the air, and there's that reliable man again, and the captain taking the catch. And this one went up in the air, and it was a case of, well, the run out. Great bit of work here. This was really good. This time, this one was the direct hit. This one was when he managed to stay in, not out, says the umpire on this one. But well, later on,
right, so
in the innings, it was a different story. So
we do have a score that the French have posted. We see that they finished on 94 for the loss of 9 wickets at the end of this curtailed innings of 18 overs. At the start, well, they lost their captain early, but I think it was the positivity at the top of the order that saw them get as far as they did. It was once again Santira Kumaran, who's code 21, watchfully played throughout the innings, but it was this innings from Virk Ali, who scored a quick-fire 17 that injected some momentum into the start of this innings. It was Usman Riaz Khan who partnered him magnificently, scored at a runner ball, got 25 runs, and then down the order it was that big hitting Jubaib Ahmad who flexed his muscles once again and made sure that they got past a respectable total.
Yeah, I mean, did really well. And I think on the bowling side, we'll see those bowling figures coming at the moment. I think, again, the captain, Venkat, I think for me, he certainly, I mean, he's been the captain for the national team for a while. I think he earns the respect off the players and they respond. And when he's on good form as well, like he is today, he bowled really well, took 2 wickets, and also he's catching and his field placement is always there, he's always in the game. He leads really well by example. I think he played really well. You see his bowling figures there coming up there. So 4 overs, 2 for 15, and then also throwing a catch. I said I think his 3rd over probably he tried to put too much into it, just sprayed it around a little bit too much, and was a little bit expensive in that one. But all round, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 20. You know, that's outstanding figures. And how can a captain not be pleased with the performance from the bowlers there?
He'll be really happy with that. We're waiting to hear confirmation about the target that the French will be defending over here against the strong German batting lineup. If you're wondering why there would be an adjusted target, well, the main idea behind any shortened game in the modern era of the sport is the fact that each team in a limited overs fixture has 2 main resources that they can tap into in order to post a target or chase it down, with which they can score runs basically. So it's either the overs that they have remaining or the wickets that are remaining, and these are factors that need to be considered when you're trying to set a revised target. And that's essentially what the Duckworth-Lewis method allows you to do. It's a mathematical formula that considers these factors, encapsulates it, and allows us to adjust it in proportion to the change in the combination of these 2 resources. So that's essentially what the DLS method does, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, I mean, if you're wondering what you see could happen there, the captain of the France team could say, well, look, we had a plan here. Our plan was 20 overs, so that's now being reduced, not because of our fault. So, you know, what happens? And I think the DLS Stern method takes that into account. But of course, that information will come through. But the way this game stands, I mean, there's bowling figures are still out there again. And well, what about Tumgulu Rasul? I mean, he was fabulous yesterday. Again, coming on to bowl straight away at the beginning of the innings. He just gained for 18 runs. And I think, you know, when you think about a spinner that's bowling early on a slow bowler, and it's inside the power play. The power play is 6 overs. You can only have 2 men out. For you to come up with figures like that, I think that's just amazing bowling. And the other thing that I really like about the German fielding, I mean, there was that one rare occasion when a catch was dropped, but other than that, I think it was outstanding. They put themselves in I would say in a very good position to go on and win this match. Now, the one thing is that I think they need to look at, and we were saying this, weren't we, Ujay, when their last match, I think the batsmen up in the order, I think they make starts, but then they can go out and get themselves out. I think here, though, they need to make those starts and keep going. They've got to make sure they go on and do the job and finish the game, because though in that victory against Norway, though on paper it looked quite comfortable. It wasn't as easy as it looked. Well, the players are warming up, so we're going to take a very short break, and please join us as we come back to the second innings.
Alright, we've seen the French post a reasonably good target over here. They got a 94 for the loss of 9 wickets. As we await more news on the final target that they will be chasing. Well, the revised target, according to the Duckworth-Lewis 10 method, is something that we're waiting to hear from, and it's probably going to be around the 94 run mark. I wonder whether this is revised though, because they got that much.
Yeah, I think it may be revised, because I thought perhaps it was 93 when they finished the innings. But anyway, that will come up soon. Do you think it's enough? That's the big question. Do you think it's enough runs for France to defend? And remember, 18 overs.
Right, the question I had for you before we dove into this discussion, Rico, was also about the men that we should watch out for. So I can give you the 2 people that I think are key for this chase. I really think that Dawood Ahmadzai is going to have a big say in how this game is going to shape up. He's this wily, young leg spinner. We saw him bowl really well against Norway yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think those 4 overs are going to be really key for this French side. I think if he's ably supported by the bowling unit, we do know we have our favorite Rahmatullah Mangal in there. Boy, does he hit the deck and get that ball to fly.
Yeah, the thing is here for me, and it goes back to what I was saying towards the end of that innings, is it the right conditions to have your fast bowler or your seam bowlers? The ball is still going to be a little bit wet. Now, new bowler, so somebody like Rahmatullah Manga, look, I really did like his bowling. I think he was fiery. He ran in with a lot of energy, didn't he? And he put the ball in the right place. He wasn't afraid to bowl the shorter delivery, but you need to have the control as well. Yesterday his control was good, and the only thing here is will he still be able to have the same amount of control with the ball that's a little bit wet? But I think the captain's got to look at his best players, and don't forget these are the best players that are around that have been selected for this T20I International. And I think if you're the captain and you've got a bowler that you need him to perform, now whatever the conditions are, you've got to try him. If he comes off and if he doesn't struggle with the ball being slightly wet, then you go with it. If there is any struggles there, then you've got to be prepared to make those changes quickly. And the one thing that I realised and saw yesterday from the French captain is he wasn't afraid to do that. We saw that Usman Shahid, he was very keen to use different bowlers early on yesterday, and when he found 2 that were bowling really well, he used those 2 bowlers to really put the squeeze on Norway, and it was effective. And I'm just wondering whether they'll deploy the same strategy today.
Yeah, that was well spotted there, Rico. I think that worked magically well for the French. I wonder if they'll think on their feet once again or go to these 2 performers earlier on in this innings to make sure that they can squeeze the Germans earlier on at the onset itself. So considering the fact that the revised target is 94, so note that the target has been reduced by a single run. It's probably because of the factor of the wickets. The French have lost a handful of wickets in that innings in their pursuit to setting a good target for the Germans, and the revised target according to the Duckworth-Lewis turn method has turned out to be 94 runs, which the Germans will chase. And considering the fact that this is a shortened game, the power play will also not last for 6 overs. They'll last for 5 overs. So we'll have 5 overs of power play. We see the French fielders and skipper making their way onto the field as the German openers have taken center stage. Bowling will resume from the industrial end while we're here situated behind the batsman right now. We're at the residential end. My mate Joe Vegasani and myself, who were commentating here a few weeks ago when the German women's international team took on the French on that historic occasion of the first ever international ICC cricket on German soil. We decided to name these 2 ends, the residential end and the industrial end, because of the pictures that they cut when you look at them. We see a few chimneys in the distance there behind the bowler. We call that the residential end, and in the backdrop behind our comm box is a nice area of houses. We call this the residential end. So Rico, this is going to be an interesting first power play. We have 5 overs and the skipper's got the ball in his hand.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just going back to that score, I don't think France will be too disappointed or can complain about that. And it's a key point that you made, which a lot of people don't realise. And because of the wickets they lost, look, they lost 9 wickets. So basically, with the Lewis Stern system, say, well, okay, you probably wouldn't have gone on to score 2 more runs because you only had 1 wicket left. So that does come into play. Whereas if they had only lost 5 wickets, then things could have been different. That would have upped their runs rather than minus that 1 run. But I think they'll still be pretty happy with the work that they've done. One thing that they do know that they've got to do is they've got to get into the German batsmen pretty quickly. They've got to bowl a good line. They've got to be focused on what they're doing. They've got to be disciplined. And, well, they're going with spin start straight away. That doesn't really surprise me. And it's going to be the captain, Usman Shahid, who's going to be the first bowler.
And it's
bowling
Vijay
to
on
Jika.
strike. Well, Vijay cuts this one into the offside. The fielders are a little deep on the offside there, Rico, and I think they probably want to get a little closer, prevent those ones, and try and build those dot balls to add to the pressure. It's extremely vital from the French standpoint to make some early inroads into this German batting lineup. We do know that they bat deep.
Raheem Zia. Strike. That's well bowled. It's a good delivery. Had no room really to manoeuvre this anywhere.
Those are the lines that the skipper here, Usman Shahid, will be looking to bowl. Bowl these probing lines. Every dot ball is as valuable as gold dust at the moment. And pressure can do strange things to experienced heads, as we said before. Well, just that, on point. We have Ahmedzai, who danced down the wickets over here, looking to play that big shot and free the shackles. It was only a dot ball before this. Perhaps trying to maximize the use of the power plays. We know they're reduced to 5 overs. We see him here dancing down the track, beaten by the flight, missing it altogether, and clean work there from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, no mistakes. And look at the movement on that as well. I mean, you could see why he was going down the wicket. He's trying to get to the ball to get there before the spin comes into play. Well, that for me is not the most cleverest bit of cricket from Zia. He'll be disappointed. He goes for a 2-ball duck.
We talked about a lack of left-handers in these different teams. There's one that's making his way to the center, and I'm quite fond of the elegance with which he plays the shots. It's Talha Khan who's making his way to the middle, and he'll be mindful of the fact that Usman Shahid has found some turn. This was into the right-hander, which means he can take this ball away from the left-handed Talha Khan, and I like this captaincy from Usman. He's put himself a slip there who might well come into play if there's some sharp turn on offer.
Yeah, when we saw Talha Khan yesterday, he wasn't afraid to hit the ball up in the air. He played some dashing shots out into the offside, and you can see that this field is very much packed up in the offside. I'm just wondering though here whether you would have somebody just a little bit back. I'm going to go for something I don't normally go for, to have somebody in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary, just for that lofted shot that he plays.
Yeah, it's what we call 3/4, right? So someone hovering there just outside the 30-yard mark.
Good start to the left-hander, getting the ball in the right area. Just having a look where the men are at the moment that are allowed out. So 2 men allowed out. So we've got one in the mid-wicket area, and just having a look to see the other one. Oh, this one. Oh, this could be a naughty one. Is it going to just stop? It does. Well, it does the captain a favour, and it's going to be a wide ball, and well, it ends up being 3. It could quite easily have been 5, and thankfully the rain has slowed up this outfield a little bit. So just going, I think, just with the 1 man out.
I think that's attacking strategies there from the French. I think they wouldn't want to open the tap on this scoring. They want to be nice and tight and make it hard to score any runs.
Well bowled. It's better. Back on the money straight away. Unusual delivery, that one, wasn't it? Because to the left-hander, the first one he got it right. Then the second one, it was like he was bowling to the right-hander. But he's come back well, come back strong.
Yeah, with the left-hander out there in batting, Rico, do you think the skipper Usman will continue his spell? We did observe that yesterday while they played Norway. He just came in there, bowled the first over, held himself back, and brought himself back on a little while later in the piece. I'd imagine that with the left-hander out there, though, he'd be tempted to bowl from the industrial end and continue on from there until they can get Talha out.
Yeah. Let's see this delivery first and come back to that. Well, this has been absolutely launched into. It's going, and it's gone a long way. And
well, once again we see the ball plugging there in the outfield, Rico.
But it does still make its way. Yeah, you see it plugged, but it's still had enough to go. I mean, I would say that for me is the longest boundary on this pitch. Remember, the boundaries are about 60 meters. That was a good hit, but we still haven't had a Maximo, no 6 in this match here today. Well, that's probably the closest that we've got. But well hit, that's 4 runs.
I was telling you, Rico, I had a chat earlier on this morning with Vijay Shankar, Bangalore Chikanaya. It's got a brilliant name there, it's a mouthful, and he's one hell of a lad to talk to. He was telling me that he's keen on scoring well today. Well, he got off to a brilliant start here. I think this is an attacking move. I was just about to ask you, Rico, if you'd consider bringing the main man, the one who was excellent with the ball yesterday, right at the get-go. Granted, it's a new ball, but I think, you know, it's useful to have an impact right at the get-go, and it's this man, Dawood Ahmedzai, who can spin a web around batsman who's got the ball now to bowl from the residential end.
Yeah, Ahmadzai, I would straight away, because I think, and this is what I was saying about these conditions, you may say, well look, I don't want to risk the seamers on. They may have struggled gripping the ball. I've got some good spinners. I know that this pitch responds well to spin, so why not go for it? Why not try it? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you can make the change. So yeah, I think this is a good attacking move.
Facing the trial by spin is Talha Khan. Well,
That's
has he
a
got him in
good
the very
ball.
first ball?
I think he's, well, he thinks he's caught the edge here, and well, he was certainly excited about it. It was an absolute dream ball. Somehow it eludes everything.
Well, that one didn't turn back at him, did it? Excellent bowling there as we see the replay. He played it down the line that he expected the ball to turn in, but that went straight on.
Yeah.
Beautiful bowling there from Ahmadzai right away. This one's a little fuller and they'll scamper across for a quick single. Lots of energy in the field there, people jumping around and backing up.
Yeah,
These are good signs for France.
Loving it. This is what it's all about. This is T20 international cricket at its best. And France certainly trying to apply the pressure. And good bowling, good fielding. And just look, and this is the other thing, look at the blue shirts. If you're the batsman there and you're looking around you, all you can see is the colour blue of the French team. They really are putting the pressure on. Only 3 men on the leg side. Everybody else in on the circle on the offside. Ahmadzai comes in again, flights this up.
Well, he bowls these quick through the air, doesn't he, does Ahmadzai?
Yeah, you see, now that one for me, as a bowler, I'm going to be very disappointed if a single is taken like that, because it's going to be a game which is going to be close, and you don't want a good ball like that. That was a nothing shot, just bat and ball, taking a single. It goes back to what you were saying. Maybe the guys on the leg side are just a little bit too deep.
Yeah, fair point there, Rico. I think it's all about building some pressure on these batsmen at the top. We do know they're bat deep, so it's all about building pressure and making these early inroads into the German batting lineup. Talha drawn again onto the front foot. He'll defend that one nicely into the offside. There'll be another dot ball. So Ahmadzai looking really good here.
Ahmadzai started really well. No problems in gripping this ball and getting it in the right place. And Talha Khan, we know he's a batsman that likes to play shots. So is he being frustrated? Will he go for the big shot? He does. It's in the air, and it could be the opportunity, and it has. He's got him, and isn't he overjoyed? I just had the feeling that he's somebody who likes to play freely, likes to play shot. It's a second wicket. Game on.
Well, the skipper has turned to his spearhead, and Didi Deliver, his very first over, has been brought there to do a job. And well, Talha Khan will be kicking himself on his way back to the hutch. Well, look at this. He's played this one uppishly. He tries to clear the infield, but he only finds the fielder at mid-off. And who's underneath that ball? Well, the safe hands of our man, Mangal. Rahmatullah Mangal there gets nicely behind it, uses the reverse cup, flexes those biceps, and he's delighted to go join the victory dance with the bowler there.
Yeah, lovely work there from the camera crew, courtesy of Spring Productions. I'm loving that. That's what it's all about. That's what just the passion that I like to see from the players. I mean, you saw the fielder taking the catch, and behind you saw the yellow jerseys of the 12th man and the squad members not playing, all up for it. They know how big a wicket that was. And France, well, they're doing everything right at the moment, as even the sun is starting to come out for them.
Excellent going here from the French team. Now there's a challenge up for the Germans. It's Dylan Blignot who makes his way to the middle. He went cheaply yesterday, but he'll be looking to make amends today. And Dawood Ahmadzai with the ball. He's certainly spinning a web around this German team. Makes an immediate impact within his first over. But no reason, no cause for alarm yet for the Germans. I said they bat long and deep, and they'll be looking to just build a partnership over here after a couple of early wickets.
Very good bowling, really good bowling, and just not, you see from that, it's just not giving the batsman any room to do anything. I mean, all you can do with that ball is really defend it. Well, it's the end of another very good over from the French team, and the score 11.
Rico, I think another wicket over here can put the cat amongst the pigeons. That's exactly what Vijay and Dylan Blignot will be having a chat about in the middle. They probably just want to stitch together a nice little partnership, and as we were expecting, Rico, the skipper decides to continue bowling from the industrial end. I think spin has been the most effective instrument in reducing the scoring rate on this wicket. and it's also been extremely effective in picking up those early wickets. So Usman here will be looking to bowl the tidy over to begin with, and if he can get a wicket or two, well, that's going to be a bonus too.
Yeah, massively, massively. I think this is the right call. I think after taking a wicket in the first, I think Shahid, the captain, he has to bowl this one. Bowling to Blignor.
Well, nice flight there, and looped that one, held that one back a little bit, allowing the batsman to try and get drawn out, use his feet. But good stuff there from Usman, and also watchfully played by Dylan. There's no cause for alarm yet.
This one a little bit shorter, and this one's gone away, racing away. Fielder's got to get a dive in. Does, gets a throw. Good bit of work from the fielder, just a one run. Just having a look at this field again. They're still sticking with just the one man outside the 30-yard circle, and he's all the way there and long on at the moment.
Yeah, attacking field set there from the skipper as he runs into ball again.
It's up in the air, and there's another. And well, they're just falling all over the place at the moment, the German team. This was, well, again, a nothing shot. Didn't move his feet, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and it's curtains. Another one goes.
Would you believe it? Just when we were saying that it's time for the German team to stitch a partnership together, Vijay's eyes light up here as he sees this one floated up above his eye line. Tries to drive that one about the fielder at mid-off, who once again pumps his fist. It's the man Junaid Ahmad who hit a couple of big blows while he was batting. Well, this is getting more and more interesting by the minute. This can be an uphill task from here for the Germans. They need to stitch a good partnership together. But what a performance from the French team so far. They've pegged back the Germans for 12 runs and 3 wickets to show for it.
Yeah, this is a superb start from the French team. But the important thing is for them, and I know that the captain Usman Shahid will be saying this to the players, right, okay, yeah, it's good, but stay calm. We're not there yet. Just keep doing what we're doing, keep the pressure on, but let's not get too overconfident. And well, Chica, he goes for 6 of just 5 deliveries, and I think just the case of another batsman, he was like in a cage. He wanted to get out, he couldn't, he tried, gave his wicket away.
Yeah, and once again, as I said, the German batting order is exceptional, and they keep coming at you. And this time it's in the shape and form of Harmanjot Singh, who pulls this one away, and that'll be his first boundary of the very first ball. Well, that was a loosener from the skipper. He'll be kicking himself for giving that freebie.
He'll be very, very disappointed here, Usman Shahid. He's bowled really well. He's got his team on the buzz. He's got their heads up. He's got them really energetic, and then he bowls, well, both gandhi balls he leg side the pitch. Easy shots he got. Joka lag gaya. So, well, Singh,
that might have just
off the mark with an easy one there.
Might have just relaxed some of those nerves that might have been coming in there. Rico, 3 quick wickets, 12 runs on the board, and well, that was a poor boundary ball there from the captain. It's Harmanjot Singh, of course, who played that good shot. He's fondly called Rohit around the German circles. Another shot ball on the leg side, just dabbed, and the keeper will run down to clean that up and prevent a single from being taken. The game is extremely beautifully poised at the moment, with another couple of overs to go within the power play after this ball from the skipper. He moves his field around a little bit. Probably wants to prevent that quick single on the leg side.
Hit very hard. It was too much width. And chase for the fielder on. And once again, the slow outfield, meaning the ball doesn't go to the boundary. They take the 2 runs. Good work from the 2 fielders there, chasing that. Nice little flick back, get the throw in. And yeah, after getting that wicket, 2 loose deliveries there from Usman. So maybe now, perhaps he'll be thinking about another bowler coming from that end, or will he chance another one? So far, look, if he goes for a few runs, 6 runs, but every over he takes a wicket, he won't mind that.
Sure, it's about buying the wickets, but also building pressure. I think releasing that tap a little bit with those 2 bad balls. But the man with the ball again has been the miracle man for the French with the ball. It's Dawood Ahmadzai again, and he's got 3 more vital overs to bowl. I honestly believe that that may be the key to this game. The skipper again in the slips, and they're going with this attacking field. They were considering keeping everyone up, but they decide to send long off back, so mid off has moved back to long off. The ball turning away, but do remember that Ahmadzai has a fancy set of variations up his sleeves. Well, this one's a
Gandhi,
rank short ball.
Gandhi. It was short. I think they're going to have to run him. Probably not going to go all the way to the boundary and take the 3. But this is the thing that the French have to. This is what I was saying. They've got to stay focused. They can't think we've got 3 quick wickets here. Yep, we're in here. We're going to be victorious. They've got to keep working. And we've seen the captain and also now Ahmed Zai here just bowling 2 really bad deliveries. That one, they take 3.
And Harmanjot Singh, of course, is extremely experienced. He's played all of the T20 international games that Germany have played so far. And, well, this will be one of the experienced heads that they'll be hoping can see this through for them.
Flicks it away. Nice looking shot.
Well, usually if you see leg spinners bowl this length, you'd imagine that these are freebies that can be smashed away onto the leg side, pulled and thrashed. But one of the reasons Dawood Ahmed Zai is harder to get away is because of the speed through the air. So although this was relatively short, the batsman doesn't have a lot of time to rock back and pull that away to the boundary.
Ahmed Zai, flatter again. Yeah, and it's also his variation, you know. And, you know, sometimes with some bowlers, you can sort of say, well, I think he's going to do this now. I think this one will be this one. With Ahmed Zai, you just don't know. And I think that's what makes him even more difficult to play.
Absolutely. This one's a little short again, but turns a little away from Dylan there, who pats that one to the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, Ahmed Zai won't mind that. I mean, if he's getting the ball, even if it's a little bit shorter, if it's in that area, as long as it's not on the legs, well, the big or not and the batsman Singh can only play it out in the off, and that's where he's got his field.
This one's pitched up and driven past the fielder at covers. Just firmly enough to go past him.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Really confident, uses his feet pretty well. Plays that nicely, and I think that's the difference between that shot and the one that Chica played when he got caught. It's about getting on top of the ball, keep it along the ground.
Yeah, Rohit here is a positive cricketer with a positive mindset. If the ball's out there for him to hit, he'll be happy to oblige. And I wonder whether Ahmed Zai would be tempted to flight this one up above his sideline. Invite a big shot over here.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look. Well, he goes for the flutter one. This is played very nicely. It's a race between the kookaburra and the fielder, and the kookaburra this time is going to win the race. Nice shot, gets himself into good position. Well, Dasoji, Harmanjot Singh, शायद आज 1-2-3 परोंठे खा के आया होना. अच्छा shot. That's his second boundary.
Oh yeah, rock back quickly there. Such a quick, decisive shot there from Rohit. Harmanjot Singh is fondly called Rohit by friends and family and within German circles, so we're going to go with Rohit for now. He's a very quick judger of length. He rocked back quickly, so once again we see that the French release a bit of pressure after having built it up so nicely within those first 3 overs. The Germans are now scoring it up about the 6 run per over mark. They're on 27 for 3 at the end of 4 overs, and another over within the power play to go. Yeah. Skipper's continuing on.
Skipper's continuing. He's got to make sure though that he goes back to what he was doing early on, which is getting the ball floating middle and off. The last couple he went a little bit too short. Well, it looks like they are making a change.
Yeah.
The skipper did have the ball, but now whether he changed at the last minute, well, he's going for our man, Rahmatullah Mangal. Well, let's see if he can produce the same sort of precision with his bowling as he was yesterday, and he was lively, he was fiery, and straight away it's good to see that the field is changing here now. So third man goes back, and they've also got protection on, well, I was going to say out on the offside on the boundary, but he's coming in now. I was wondering why that was. I mean, what I would be looking here to have one man straight. Oh, he's going for fine leg, so okay, so maybe it's because of we do know that he can fire in the short delivery.
Well, what's also probably going to work in his benefit if he does try to go short is the fact that the ball can probably skid on a little bit. It did rain a little while ago. Once again.
Oh, he's got him played on, and well, Rahmatullah has come in, Rahmatullah Mangal, and he's taken the wicket with his first delivery. How about that? Well, what a joy that is, and aren't they pumped? They needed something to happen. It just looked like a little recovery was going to happen there, but he's come in, he's got the ball in the right area, and well, Dylan Biglot has played on. He's gone.
We called that one early, didn't we, Rico? While we were talking about the men to look out for I did say that it's going to be Ahmedzai Dawood and our man Rahmatullah Mangal, his very first delivery, doing what he trusts in, pitching the ball a little short and hitting the deck to try and find a wicket, and he does that. It was a little quick onto Dylan. I did say that the pitch is probably a little wet right now and the ball's getting on.
Yeah, watch the way the ball comes into him. I think that's what did him. It hits the deck and comes into him, so Dylan is looking to play that with a bit of room outside the off, but because the ball's cut into him and cut sharply into him, he's in the wrong position. It's hit the bat at the wrong angle and chopped it on to his stumps. That's a massive wicket.
Absolutely, and well, the scorebook will just tell you that Dylan Blignott was bowled by Rahmatullah Mangal, but well, wasn't there a story around that one? It found its way a little quickly onto his bat, ricocheted off his glove, or I think there was a bit of bat in there, found the off stump. Well, aren't the French really making a tall order off the chase for the Germans? They find themselves 27 for the loss of 4 wickets, and if ever there was a man for the hour, it's their skipper, who has got a cool head on his shoulders, who makes his way out to the middle. The other left-handed batsman in the German ranks, it's Venkatraman Ganeshan, who's got a job to do ahead of himself.
Yeah, just taking guard here now, and obviously it wasn't quite the same sort of situation yesterday. They had a few more runs on the board, but they had lost a flurry of wickets, and he had a bit of rebuilding to do, and he did just that. He stayed there till the end, but he's got to do the same sort of thing again, and well, there he is. He bowls with his shades on, he bats with them on as well. So in comes Rahmatullah Mangal.
Will it be another short one here? Well, he tries to draw the batsman. He has a slip waiting there for the edge. He should keep them guessing, should Mangal. This is really good bowling.
Yeah, and that's good, because I think sometimes you can see the quality of a bowler when in this situation he's just got a wicket. The next batsman is a left-hander, so he's got to adjust his line straight away, and he's able to do so, and he's not wasted the delivery. So many times we see when you've got the left and right combination coming, a lot of deliveries get wasted, a lot of wides. He's right on the money. This is hit hard, and no! I think I'm not sure if it quite carried.
Well, I think it did there,
Rico. You think it carried? I wasn't sure, but it would have been a super catch. It went quickly. We'll see this again, no doubt.
Well, will this be that decisive play that will change the fortunes of the French team? This one struck beautifully by Venkat, but straight at the fielder, Dawood Ahmedzai there, bringing his hands down, getting a hand to it, but failing to hang on.
Yeah, even that, that just goes to show how quick that was going, because even the camera struggled to keep up with it. Ahmedzai.
Mangal's creating problems over here. Venkatraman Ganeshan tries to fend at that one, fails to connect. So things are happening over here, Rico.
Things are happening. Look, it's I think also he's the kind of bowler, because of his action. You see some bowlers have a really nice, smooth sort of action. Well, because of his action, the arms do move around a little bit, and I think because of that, when he does deliver that ball, I think he's likely to get more movement in these conditions. Overcast, a bit of cloud cover, and I think he's a difficult one to contend, and he is pretty quick. He gets the ball coming to you at a decent pace.
Well, this one's bowled nicely. Venkat again right on top of that. He's a very technically sound batsman as the skipper. He fends that one nicely on his front foot there, gliding the ball down to the fielder at short. Third man. Well, this is going to be a really interesting passage of play. The last over in the power play, Mangal will be looking to strike with the last ball of his first over once again. He's given away absolutely nothing so far.
Yeah, Mangal coming in once more to the German captain, Venkat. It's in the air, it goes over the man at slip, and good work done by the third man. Concentrates on stopping the ball, going over the boundary, and that was Mubashir Ashraf. He did well, but there was, well, can't call this a chance, but it was a victory, a minor victory for the bowler, finding the edge of the captain, and the captain gets lucky. So, well, maybe he's had another life there, the skip. This one, look, it's way over the man who's in slip, but good work here. That's really, really good fielding. Slippery conditions, you can feel your feet are slipping away because of the wet surface. He did well.
Also good field placement there from the skipper, making sure they have their third man just a little wider than that slip fielder there. So I think this game is poised quite beautifully once again. At the end of the power play, we find that Germany is on 29 for the loss of 4 wickets with, Well, not an uphill task because they only need 65 runs and 78 balls. They need to score at around 5 runs and over. And, well, with these two experienced heads at the crease, one would consider that they're well and truly capable of doing it, but can the French spring a few surprises on this German team? Well, I think it's really important that they hang on to the chances that come their way.
Yes.
Because it's not the sort of batting team that'll keep giving you a lot of chances.
Yeah, I mean, that I mean, it still was really spicy. It's still difficult to say 100% when it did go straight into his hands. I thought maybe it just hit the deck first, but that was the thing is though, against good teams, if you can take that sort of dismissal, then you get the chance, you get a sniff of victory, don't you?
Absolutely. It's Usman Riaz over here who starts off with a wide in this occasion. He was quite good yesterday with the ball. We saw him bowl a few slow balls back of the hand.
Yeah, maybe that one is just going for a slightly quicker, but I do believe though this is the partnership, I think, between Singh and his captain Ganesan. I think this is the one that matters. This is the one they want to be trying to break.
This one's bowled outside of off stump, but a little too wide there. He's still trying to find his rhythm and his radar. Is Usman Khan.
I think it's if you look when he's bowling, he seems to be falling away. Now I wonder if he's just worried about his footing. Let's see how he does here. Just have a look. The follow through. That one was a little bit better. He stayed a bit more straight and upright. And, well, a direct. He could be in trouble. I think the bat was in the air. He's gone. The captain has been run out. He wanted the run. It wasn't his call, you have to say. Amarjot Singh says no. That is a massive wicket. And, well, the captain of the German team, Venkat Ganesa, he departs. And,
well, he was let off just a little while ago with that sharp chance that wasn't held. But, well, I must say that the Germans have gifted this wicket away. Harmanjot Singh struck that one quite hard, so it went very quickly to the fielder. The captain there, Venkat Ganesan, caught well and truly short of his crease. There was a little amount of misunderstanding there between the batters. Rohit setting the skipper back because it was his call, his danger end, but after having taken a few steps, we often see this in run-outs.
Yeah,
Rico.
I mean, you say taking a few steps. I mean, I'm guessing here. I'm guessing that Harmanjot Singh, he's hit that ball and taken off without calling, and the captain's responded, and then he stopped. And, well, if it was a good pick-up and throw, there was no way that Venkat Ganesa was going to get back, and he doesn't. And, well, that is a critical blow.
But how good was that piece of fielding? Throwing it back on the bounce, not panicking. Often what happens when fielders pick these balls up in the heat of the moment is to have a heavy shy at the stumps. There was no need for that. Just send it back to the bowler who gathered cleanly and effected that run out. Well, the Germans are pegged back once again, and, well, this is going to be a really interesting passage of play. Rohit now a lot rests on his shoulders, and Usman Khan will be looking to bowl a nice and tidy over. That was a wicket that was gifted their way, and the French will gleefully accept it.
Khan is in the air, and is this going to plug? I suspect it may just have the legs. It does. It's 4 runs, and this is the important thing now. That has to happen. I think Germany have to try and take the focus away from the way some of these dismissals have happened, especially that one of their captain. And they've got to take the focus away from how many wickets they've lost and still try and play their natural game. And I think, well, the man on strike at the moment, Harmanjot Singh, a lot relies on his shoulders here now.
Well, this one's bowled short and outside of off. It's cut away, but the fielder at backward point plugs that one. So, well, yeah, you're right about that, Rico, and it's also an opportune moment for both the all-rounders in the team. So Sahir Nakash has just made his way out to the middle at the non-striker's end, and Rohit are known to be two explosive batsmen who can be really useful with the ball. Well, Nakash has done a splendid job with the ball in the first innings. Can he do so with the bat as well? This one's
shot, isn't it? It's like the way he got himself into position. He made that into a shot, didn't he? Gets himself in a position, like the way he used his wrist, and so much now on his shoulders. He's got to, like I keep saying, he's got to forget about what's happened, forget about that run out. He's got to now concentrate and say, okay, I did commit that crime, but now I'm going to make up for it. That's what he's got to be doing.
Right, I don't want to put the markers on him, Rico, but Rohit has broken into this German side, and there's a lot of accolades that have been showered on him because of his consistently good performances over the years. And I think he only plays one way. He's a very positive cricketer. If the ball's there to be hit, he'll go for it.
Yeah.
He's also pulled out brilliant performances with his team against the back across different leagues. So you'd expect that the Germans have it in their arsenal to see it through, but boy, aren't the French on top at the moment.
Certainly are, and that's the second time that Nakash has been beaten outside the off stump. The first one was a little bit fuller, that one a little bit shorter. So finishing with 2 dot balls, and well, though there was a boundary that came off it, and though the wicket doesn't go to him, but he was involved in that run out. And the man doing the fielding, Ahmed, well, what a match he's having so far. We saw him taking a catch earlier on as well, and then the pick up and throw, like you quite rightly observed, was fantastic. Clean pick up, good throw, and so often it's the throws that are difficult for the bowlers to get hold of. And you can see the power play, well look, they're pretty even, aren't they?
Well, they are. The big difference though, Rico, here is the number of wickets that the Germans have lost, and that's what's begging them back here in this chase so far.
Yeah, absolutely, that is. I mean, runs, not too much of an issue. Wickets, definitely is. And I was saying that that partnership between Venkat, the captain, and Hamjot Singh was going to be the key one. Well, that's been broken. So is this the one? Is it going to be Nakash and Singh?
It's Mongal again with the ball.
In the air. And this time the ball will go to the boundary. And, well, interestingly enough, if I think the over before his first over, that fine leg was much, much finer. In fact, he was within reaching distance from us. He's been moved. Now, whether that's an error on the part of the fielder not being in the right position, but well, Rico, if he was where he was, I think that was going to be a chance.
Yeah, I think this was probably going to go straight down his throat if he was a little finer. And, well, one might argue that he could have put in a dive there. There's a lot on the line over here, and one might just wonder whether or not there was a possibility of saving that boundary with a dive, a desperate dive there. With Mongal again, nice and quick stuff from him.
He's crushed into this one as well, and this is going to be 4 more, I think. Is it? And, well, no, that's excellent fielding. I mean, he couldn't have hit this harder, but as you said before, that is the longest boundary on this pitch. So the short ball from, well, Ramatullah Mangal doesn't seem to be working.
And Rico, I
also
think Harmanjot Singh, Rohit, is probably the fastest runner between the wickets. Have you seen him herring down the pitch? He made sure that was a very safe 3 in the end. So excellent batting there from Rohit. And I think Mongal's getting a little carried away by the bounce here. Should try and keep things tidy.
Yep, and he comes once more. Let's see if he adjusts. He does. But this time it gets through on the offside, but he won't mind that. I mean, that's what the field is there for. That's where the captain wants him bowling. Yeah,
we see, I think, a little bit of overcompensation there. He bowled a couple of short balls. The first one was actually really well directed. It created that top edge that trickled away to the boundary, but the second one was a rank shot ball that Rohit was able to put away, and then overcompensating with a full ball.
Yeah, there we see that one that was stopped. Great bit of fielding. Mangal.
He's quietly gotten away for 23 of just 11 deliveries as Rohit.
This one is short again, and this one I don't think he's going to be stopped. It's 4 more runs, and Mangal just getting his line right, banging it in too short, and I think he's having a look at the captain, and the captain saying, no, I'm not going to put a man out there for a bad ball. You've seen the field, you know where you got to bowl to, you got to learn. And yes, he does. He's a young man, and we know he's got plenty of ability, Ramatullah Mangal. But here again, too short. And Singh, well, he's on fire.
Well, he's certainly on fire there. So he's made a dent on Mongal's bowling figures here. He's put away some bad balls from Mongal quite effectively. I did say that Rohit knows one way to play, and that's to put the bad balls away. And that's, once again, goes to show how experience is such a vital cog in the wheel when you're playing these sides at this top level. Germany, they're still playing positively, and they're trying to make a fist of this. We see a lot of support for players all around the park. And, well, this is lovely to see, isn't it? Some of the supporters coming onto the field, displaying their passion for the sport and for supporting their cricketers that they follow day in and day out.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. I mean, we've said that we see a lot of it on the chat, which is superb. And as some of these restrictions get loosened around the globe, it's always nice to see that we're starting to see some spectators that are coming to watch. And of course, there are still some restrictions in place about not being too close, etc. But I know that after a long time of the cricket being played almost behind doors, to start to see people coming in. I know we had that in Malta and also in Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, it was lovely to see not only spectators in forms of adults, but also a lot of children, because the schools were on holiday there. Kids coming along and watching the game and getting interested in the game. It was fantastic to see that in between games they were getting out there, throwing the ball around, and that's what it's all about. It's all about not just playing the game, but also encouraging the youngsters to take part in the game and learn about the game. They are the future of the sport.
Absolutely, and I think these pictures on your screens right now are very much typical of what the European cricket scene is like in general, Rico. We've spent a lot of time in the bushes trying to find balls that have been smacked out of the boundaries, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're doing a little bit of gardening there. Well, it looks like they're going to dig that one up and plant it elsewhere. But I'm sure there's been no hurt or no damage being done to the greenery here. Well, we've got the
once again
the grassinator, haven't we?
See this
works down the top
shot.
end. Maybe we need to come up with something that can collect these balls.
Rohit's so quick on his feet there, rocking back and finding the sweet spot on his bat. He does pack a punch when he hits these shots, doesn't he?
Look, he's moved on to 23 runs off 11 balls.
Well, 27 with that boundary.
27 with that boundary, yeah. So he's now at a point, I think, where he realizes that I think he's going to take, of course, he's big enough to take responsibility for that run out. Now he's probably thinking, right, okay, if I can get myself to a half century here, score 50 odd runs, if I can bat all the way through, we've got every chance of, erasing that bad path of play. Forget about that, because if they can get the victory here, that's what they're focusing on, and he's key to it.
They're scoring at a really good clip as well, Rico. They're going at well over 7 and over now, and they only need to get 46 runs. They've made it past the halfway mark. They're on 48 already, only 46 to get from here.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that what the batsmen have to do is forget about what's happened in the past, forget about the wickets that have gone down, and just play your natural game.
Mongel's running in again. He's got a fielder now at deep square leg.
This is hit firm and straight. This is a lovely shot, and that just goes to show the class of the batsman. बहुत अच्छा shot सीगा अपना हमजोत सिंह मैं तो पहला भी किया सी लग रहा परोंठे 2-3 खा के आया बढ़िया shot सीगा चौका लग गया.
3 quick boundaries there from the bat of Rohit, and this is slowly but surely swinging the momentum back in the favor of the chasing team. Germany showing their prowess with the bat over here, and well, Rohit's looking like he's on song here. He's watching the ball like a football. And beautiful cricket shots, all of them. Saw that the fielder at mid-on was inside the circle and goes right over him and connects beautifully.
Short and hit hard, and that's going to be 4 more runs. He's not learning a lesson. Well, I tell you what, they may as well keep somebody at that part of the ground to retrieve these balls, because that's where they're ending up. And well, Singh, he's certainly liking it. He's getting himself into line. He's seeing these balls really, really well now. That's a crushing shot. Well, Ujay, if I were the captain here now, the one thing I would be saying to myself, well, okay, it looks like he likes the pace on the ball. Let's take it off.
Absolutely. Bring in the spinners, and that's the way to make inroads. But I must say that Rohit's looking wonderful here. He's flied on at 35 runs of just the 14 balls he's faced. That was an extremely expensive over from Mongol there in the context of things. Well, I think the French have been pegged back certainly over here. Germany looking very good over here, but not more than 38 runs to chase. They need to score at less than 4 and over, so this should be a relatively easy job, except that they have to contend with the likes of Dawood Ahmadzai, who's got the ball in his hands for now.
Yeah, 20 runs coming off that last over. His first over, just 2 runs, and he picked up the wicket as well. And that was just all to do with his line. So now Ahmadzai needs to get a good one in here to get him back on track. take the single. And you can see probably here that Nakash is probably thinking, well, my role in this partnership is to give Singh as much strike as I can, and getting a single of the first ball there,
Yeah,
well, that's job done for him.
yeah, that's right, Rico. I think as much as there's room for individual brilliance in this sport, it is very much a team game. So try to build partnerships and play the right roles. That's what it's all about, and I think you're spot on with that one. I think it's time for Nakash to try and rotate the strike, give the man who's dancing beautifully at the other end more rope to contend with. And well, Rohit's flying at the moment, isn't he? 35 or 15. That's probably the best knock we've seen so far in this series.
Madzaya, well, he created that really. It's going to be a long chase, and you said how quickly he runs. Will he take the 3? Yes, he does. Good little bit of movement from Singh before the ball was bowled. Just got Amanzaya to think about what he was doing. He ends up bowling it fuller, becomes a full toss on the legs, and just able to negotiate this away. Be disappointed it didn't go to the boundary. 3 runs from it anyway.
Nakash happy to let that one go. That was bowled quickly through the air, pitching on off and just turning away from Nakash over there, but he's happy. He's content with the fact that they have to score at less than 4 and over. Doesn't have to do anything fancy over here.
That's well bowled, and good bit of fielding as well from his own bowling. Yeah, one thing, I mean, we're saying that Singh is the key here. One thing Singh has to stay focused on, I mean, that rate now, I mean, it's gone from around just under 6 to, well, about, well, it's under 4 now. He needs to keep that in his mind. He doesn't have to play any big shots, and that one's come off the deck, bump ball. He doesn't have to play any big shots. He's just got to keep saying to himself, I've just got to stay here, play each ball on merit. Now he knows that they're probably going to try and take the pace off, so they're going to want him to try and come down the wicket. Maybe they're looking to get him stumped. He's got a very important role to play here now. He's got to stay focused, and I think it's very important that the man out there with him at the moment, so here Nakash, keeps talking to him and keeps saying, look buddy, if you're here, this match is ours.
That's true, and I think the skipper's now turned to his other spin option. It's going to be Mubashir Hussain Ashraf. We saw him bowl a few nice left arm spinners yesterday. He likes to flight the ball, tempt the batsman into playing those big shots. And we do know that Rohit loves to play a shot, so this might make for an interesting contest over here. If he floats this one above his eye line, we might see Rohit just going for that shot. If I were him, well, I'd look at where I'm at right now, 38 of 16 balls, and I'd say, well, I'm well and truly on my way towards another half century for the German team.
Yeah, he's batted very well up to now. This one's on the legs, and it just popped up at him a little bit, I think. Otherwise, I think it was another one that was going en route to the boundary. It just gets him a single, but it wasn't the best of deliveries, but it was, well, it was his loosener. He needs to get the ball in the right areas. And France here, in that phase of the game where they've just got to maybe take a little time out and just think, okay, look where we are. We know what we've got to do. We've got to get the ball wicket to wicket. This one again, a little bit too short. And they'll get Singh back on strike.
Yeah, I was talking to Rohit yesterday, Rico, and his positive approach to the game showed in our conversations. I was discussing how this pitch has been known to support spin bowling. I'll continue on after this ball, as he tucks this one into the leg side for a quick single. Yeah, and I was talking to him about how this pitch has been supporting spin bowling and the fact that the German team trains over here frequently, and I was wondering whether or not this would, be a difficult pitch to continuously train on and hone your skills because of the fact that it's not the average pitch you'll see around the world. And he said, well, that's one way we're going to become great batters of spin bowling.
Well, this one has been thumped away by Nakash, and well, this will help Singh as well mentally, because all of a sudden now he's thinking, I don't have to do it alone. It was there for the shot, a big gap there, and Nakash, well, he's a good, big, strong lad, isn't he? We see that when he's bowling, he gets himself into position, and he just literally clubs this into the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, there was a bit of a tennis hand flick there with his wrist. Hit that one beautifully, did Nakash.
This one a little bit fuller outside the off, gets the dot ball in. So good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, as I was saying, Rico, so he tried to pluck out the silver lining there, saying that, well, playing spinners on this pitch will just make us better batters of spin.
Well, you talk about better batters. Well, that one was, I just said that well, Singh would be happy the way Nakash dealt with a couple of balls ago, playing a nice boundary. He won't be happy with this one. This was, well, I'm going to say it, is it a shot at number 11 would be proud of, and you can see the bench there of the French team, they're delighted about it. It's not the wicket they want, but it's another wicket. If they can keep going away and picking wickets up down the other end, they'll be happy with that. Not a good shot. He's gone across the line. I think he's got a little bit of an inside edge on that, onto the stumps, but you need to be looking to play straight. Well, there wasn't a need to be playing that shot.
More than half the team in the shed now, 6 wickets down. Although the German team only needs 27 runs to mark another victory on their journey so far. They do only have 4 wickets in the shed, but they'll take respite in the fact that they have Harmanjot Singh, Rohit, who's still out there on 40 from the 18 balls that he's faced so far. And I think this is a right move from the French skipper. He's bringing his main man, Dawood Ahmedzai. Once again, he's only got 1 over to bowl, but I think if ever there was a time for him to strike and strike hot, well, it's now. If he can get Rohit over here, they'll be well and truly in this game, will the French. The game's still nicely poised. I must say that Germany still has enough strength in their batting lineup to see this through, but you never say never.
So it's going to be Ahmedzai to continue. Wouldn't he need a good over here now? That's well bowled. You see, that's where it has to be. It's got to be there, and I think, you know, I would be saying to my bowlers, look, don't try to experiment too much. Keep him there. Let him make the mistake. Let him come down the track if he wants. Let him try and hit straight. We've got the men there, but don't give him any width. And that's a firmly hit shot. Fielder's got some work to do here, and, well, he's not stopped it. He got foot onto it, but the ball rolls on to the rope, and I would say once more there, Ujay, I think you needed to have a slide and a dive here, but Usman Khan didn't fancy it. That's 4 runs.
Oh yeah, and the fielder there, the skipper in the covers region, you almost saw him take his hand out of the way there. I'm wondering whether he was close enough to stop that one. It was fiercely struck by Rohit, and, well, too fast for the cameras to catch on, but I felt the skipper just pulled his hand out of the way there.
Yeah, another glorious shot. And taking it on as well here. There is a fielder there. 1 bounce, pick up. In comes the throw. Now this is where I think the French team have to be smart. This is where the captain, Usman Shahid, has to think. He's got to think now, okay, this is the new batsman. We have to attack here. I think trying to patrol just the boundaries here, you've got to probably take that out of your mind. Got to bring the men in. And well, we're starting to see that happen. The man has come into the ring from the offside. That's on the boundary. And we've seen Long On has also come up. You've got to attack. You need wickets here. Look, I'd even go on to say put a slip in. Put the pressure on the batsman. So you've got Sirin Vasen. He's the man on the bat. Put a bit of pressure on him. Get some men in close. You need wickets. Getting wickets at the other end. How are you going to win this game? But you've got to try and keep Singh off the strike.
Harish here facing his first ball. Oh, that was uppishly played. Uppishly driven right past the captain there. I think he got a hand to it.
He did.
These are the half chances that, you know, can make the big differences. They all add up.
Yeah, talk of half chances. There was that one right at the beginning of this match, wasn't there? Which was a chance for the captain as well. Well, Singh, 45. 1 big shot away from what would be a marvellous half century.
He's batted beautifully throughout this innings. He's put the good balls away as well. We saw how he picked that ball early from Ahmedzai earlier on when he struck that one to the fielder at long on. So he's probably seeing the ball like a football, picking the variations off this marvellous spinner in the French side. He's looking really good here, is Rohit.
Doesn't quite get to the pitch of this one, but he had the width to work on it. Gets a single.
So another good show here from the French bowler, but perhaps the low target that they're defending means that his performance in the scheme of things wouldn't have as much of an impact as he would have liked to. He's gone for 22 runs of his 4 overs, has Dawood Ahmedzai. He did pick up that important quick and early wicket in the second over of this innings.
Yeah, you can see the acceleration. I mean, after that wicket fell off the captain, well, they've really accelerated, and though that we saw Nakash getting out there, but you can see the acceleration, you can see that worm really going out. And this is the one thing that I'd like to underline again and reiterate. I always say it, when batsmen are out there, play your normal game, and that's where I'm going to give credit. I'm going to give 5 stars to Singh, because that's exactly what he's done. He could have gone into a shell after that wicket. He could have started just thinking about plodding the ball around, but he's played his game, his natural game, and because of that, he's put Germany in a very strong position.
Skipper's brought himself on now, and he's bowling to the batsman who's looking like dynamite at the moment. Rohit's happy to tuck that one into the leg side for a quick single. He's ticking along quite nicely and inching towards that half century that he so truly deserves. Well, I think this is also a nice opportunity for Harish Srinivasan, the German wicketkeeper, who's come out there in the middle, especially when you have a strong batting lineup. It's not always that these opportunities show up.
Yeah.
It's about making best use of these opportunities when you go out there in the middle, getting a few runs. There's not a lot of pressure there on the German batting lineup at the moment. They've only got 19 runs to get, plenty of deliveries to go.
Yeah, Srinivasan, tall man, taking guard, and I like to see this man in close either side. So they're doing exactly what I would do here, trying to put the pressure. Usman, the captain, and he comes, flights his up, probably over pitched, but gets away with it.
I think that change in momentum that we were talking about, Rico, that expensive over from Mungal that went for 20 runs.
Yeah, that changing point, wasn't it? Changing point in the match. Hit hard, it will be safe, one bounce, the fielder negotiates it, Singh comes back onto strike. Remember, he's on 47 scored of just 24 balls, by far the best innings of this triangular international T20 series so far. And can
shadow practice at the other end there from Harish Srinivasan, perhaps contemplating whether or not he should have played that aerially.
Just trying something different, the captain coming around the wicket, but that's a quality shot. The ball just holding up. They come through for 2, and you can see there. And this is the other thing about Singh. Many a batsman that hit the ball pretty well, but you can criticize them when they're running. Well, he doesn't. He runs really well. He's not worried about using up his energy with the running. Runs well. Takes 2 runs there.
Yeah,
let's see what he thinks about here. Maybe quite happy to take the single this time because he's thinking about staying on strike. But when he does do, he gets a big round of applause, and deservedly so, because he is the first man in this triangular T20 International Series to reach a half century. Well batted. Badaiyan Tuanu. Harmanjit Singh बहुत अच्छी batting की आज 50 अपनी बना ली.
Well, he also got that at a very good clip, didn't he? He's only faced 26 balls, so that's an excellent innings in a T20 game. Scoring at nearly 200 runs per 100 balls. It's a brilliant strike rate to have as well, and what a knock, and how timely here for the Germans.
Yeah, Shaba. What do you say about that innings? Really was good.
And a glorious array of shots throughout that innings there from Rohit so far.
Over pitched in the air and should be caught, and it is. So they get a wicket. So another one goes, and this one is Srinivasan. Well, maybe he was practicing that shot, wasn't he? About hitting it harder and over the top. Slices this away. A catch taken, so another wicket goes. And you know what? They've got to keep working at the other end. I know it looks like the game's got away from them because of that superb batting and half century from Harmanjit Singh. But look, if they can keep taking wickets at the other end, who knows? And that's what they've got to focus on.
That's true, Rico. Well, once again, I think tempting the batsman there to go over the infield and finding just about enough turn on that from the pitch there to make sure they can cling on to another chance that showed up. Well, the Germans are certainly making a meal of this chase, keeping the French interested. 3 more wickets in the hutch for the Germans, and only a few runs to get from here, so one would still consider that the German team can do this, especially with Harmanjit Singh, who's on a swan song with 50 runs to his name.
If you look at the scorecard, if it wasn't for his 50, it resembles a telephone number. Nobody else really has made any impact. And interestingly, it's what I was saying, wasn't it? One of the key batsmen has to go on and score runs, and Harmanjit Singh has done just that.
Well, this one's full. He's tried to go over the infield and succeeds. Just one bounce and across the boundary there. So Harmanjit Singh is pulling off a one-man job here on the French team. excellent batting from him. Yet another boundary.
Yeah, I think there's an error here. I mean, we saw the men were brought up, but to Harmanjot Singh, they've got to be back on the boundary, the two of them, and he wasn't. And now I'm not saying Harmanjot Singh wouldn't play the shot otherwise. Well, he's not still going back, so they are asking him to go for it. Saying, right, if you want to go for it, well, he's asking the question. I think that was too high and probably also going to go on and miss the leg sticks. But yeah, interesting field this, because you certainly would. I mean, all the way through, they've had mid-on and mid-off, or long-on, long-off, all the way on the boundary, and all of a sudden, brought one in, and the ball's gone straight over. And if he was on there, it definitely would have been a catching opportunity.
Yeah, he's been playing the field beautifully, though, has Harmanjot Singh. He knew that mid-on was up. The ball was up there and flighted and within his reach. And he obliged and notched another boundary. It's only 11 runs to get from here for Germany. This one's floated up and...
He's gone for it big, and that's going all the way. Balle. Ginna, Badda, Shaka, Shaba, Harmanjot Singh, Ginni अच्छी batting कर रहा आज अपनी 50 बना ली, and now he's looking to take Germany to victory. That was an awesome shot, the first 6 of the day.
Well, just another boundary shot away from victory here for Germany. What a stellar knock from Rohit there. Well, he's running back here. Might have been another dismissal against the run of the play. The last 2 wickets that Germany lost were just like that. Here's a replay. Look at that shot that he blasted away well and truly about the boundary there. Finding the sweet spot on the bat. He was down on his knee. The catch was taken there in the dugout, but well, just a few meters outside of where it would have mattered. They're taking a sharp single here. He's got a direct hit. That's another wicket. Yet another wicket going down against the run of play. Only 5 runs needed for Germany over here, but boy, are they making a meal out of it. The French are still in it. They're hanging on, well, with their bare fingernails.
Yeah,
well, this contest is still delivering some spice into the mixture.
Yeah, look, we mentioned in the innings before that sometimes you got to make a sacrifice, and that was a sacrifice. It's the last ball, wasn't it, off the over, and Harmanjot Singh, he wants to be on strike, so I think it was a sacrifice that he decided was worth taking. But what he's got to remember now here is he's got to go on and finish the job, because there's no point doing something like that, which you see quite often, and then the next ball you take the single and you expose the new batsman to strike anyway. If the whole idea is for you to stay on strike, well, now he's got to stay on strike and finish the job.
Yeah, I certainly think Germany's still well and truly in the driver's seat, Rico, and I think that's because of the excellent job that Rohit has already done. With only 5 runs to get and 2 more wickets, and I know the fact that both these batsmen are capable of holding a bat. Israr Khan hasn't made his way out there. I've played cricket with him before at the MTV Stallions, and he used to be one of our mainstays with the bat. So he's certainly capable of wielding the willow to good effect.
Yeah,
but well,
I think he may not need to use his willow too much. I think if Harmanjot Singh has any say in this, he wants to finish it himself. This is hit hard. The fielder giving it some chase, and it's a diving effort, but he's unable to get there. And that is 4 runs, which means that there's only 1 needed for victory. Well, I said Harmanjot Singh, he's sacrificed the batsman before, that he's got to go on to finish the job now. And as I suspected...
Well, I think I have a new name for him here, Rico. I think he's my demolition man for today. It's a single-man job he's doing here. 64 of just 33 balls faced.
Yeah, unbelievable. When you look at this scorecard, and it's going to be unbelievable reading. It's been, well, a one-man show. It's Aloo Paronta power from Harmanjot Singh. Paronte kha ke aaya, shakke mare, chokke mare, and this one is another chokka, and that's game, set and match, and smashes the ball away. He had a point to prove after running out the captain. He had to get his head screwed on and say, right, that's all happened. Forget about that. Forget about the 5 wickets that had fallen at that stage, and go on and play my game, play the way I like to play. And that's exactly what we've done as we watch the winning runs being blasted off the bat of Harmanjot Singh. Shaba, बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग आज कीतियां, बधाइयां जर्मनी नू, नाले ए बैट्समैन नू अपना número 1, sí, eso es, número 1 Eso es un jugador genial.
Well,
Qué grande, qué partido, qué victoria por Alemania.
Well, excellent win there from Germany. Once again, I think the experience showing through at the end. Wickets kept tumbling from the other end here, but Rohit held fort, managed to get the team across the line, and did he do it in a fashionable way. Brilliant strokes throughout that innings. He's excellent all around the park, Rico. I noticed that he's very quick to move onto the back foot and pull into that shot to the boundary. He's also very fierce down the ground. We saw a few big blows down the ground, big six that went straight at the French dugout and was caught, but well, a few meters behind the line, wasn't that? We see the team getting out now, congratulating each other for a game that was well played and well fought. I must say that the way that the French started, well, we really thought that they could have sprung a few surprises. Germany will go back and rethink the way that they conceded a few wickets. There were quite a few wickets that fell against the run of play. A lot of risky shots unnecessarily dealt out, and well, they saw that they really needed a demolition job from Harmanjot Singh to see them home. There were a few half chances that the French put down, but well, you can't really blame them for that, can you?
No, look, you can't take anything away from France as we have a look at some of these highlights. I mean, they were really, the beginning of the day were well pumped up. Wickets were falling, and well, 3 wickets went for very few runs at all. But then sometimes they were guilty of their own downfall. A couple of bad balls, a couple of short balls. And of course, as we said, there was that one over that went for 20 from Mangal, the youngster. He'll learn from that. He'll pick himself up from that. And that certainly was the over that started Singh, who started doing his demolition job. But what about this? This was fantastic. And this was the point which could have been the turning point of the match. You see the scoreboard there. It was 31 for 4. It turned into 31 for 5. Harmanjot Singh at that time hadn't got started. He then knew that he had to get his head in the match. He had to think about what he had to do, not what he had already done, and he did that superbly. It really was an outstanding knock, and I have to say, one of the best ones considering the match situation that I've seen in a long time.
Right, and that was the turning point there. We saw that over from Mangal getting a few boundaries out of the way there, and that really released the pressure from the German standpoint. Well, the French team kept plugging away at the other end. They managed to make inroads, and they got a lot of wickets from the other end. 8 wickets falling for the Germans, but well, this man well and truly was seeing the ball like a football and put away every single bat ball that came his way. Well, that was an interesting game. It delivered on everything that we were expecting from it. We thought it'll be a closely contested game, and it truly was. And we've also got communication just now from our production team that there's been a decision around the player of the match. And this time around, any prizes for guessing?
Wow,
Rico?
who could it be, I wonder? I'm going to tell you who it is. It's the man who got up this morning and ate 3 aloo paranthas. Forget shredded wheat, 3 aloo paranthas, and he went out there and he did his job. So congratulations, and well, congratulations. I'm just saying you batted really well. Paranthe kha ke aaya kar every day. And well, look, that was a fantastic game. For many reasons, it had a lot of twist in it, didn't it?
Right.
It was exciting, had the twist in it. But in the end, it's one of those, and when you look at that scorecard, I mean, you've got to feel bitterly disappointed for France because they did everything well. The only thing they couldn't do was get rid of Harmanjot Singh, and in the end, he ended up giving him that victory.
Rico, and if you were to look at the batting card here, the 5th highest scorer, or the 4th highest scorer rather, is the extra scorer, which got 5 runs. And that goes to show the kind of impact that this knock from Harmanjot Singh had. 68 of 34 balls, striking at a strike rate of 200 is just exceptional, especially considering how hard it was for most of these batters who got out there to get the ball off the square. He was striking them beautifully, exceptional on the ice.
It was, look, without any doubt at all, it was a quality knock, and we are watching international cricket, and international cricket means that you're seeing the best of the best, and well, that knock from Harmanjot Singh was certainly one of the best of the best. I think not only did he have to show his ability in his performance with the bat and his skill with the bat, he also had to show just the depth that he's got in his mindset. He had to have a good mindset. The wickets were falling around him. He just run out the captain as well, so he was probably feeling pretty bad about that, but he focused on the job at hand, and that was getting victory for Germany. And what that does mean is that Germany now top the group as we have a look at the bowling figures.
Indeed, once again it was the skipper who started proceedings for France with the ball. He bowled a nice and steady first over, managed to get an early wicket as well. Well, on the whole, I think his last couple of overs were a little on the expensive side, but he'll be happy with those 3 wickets that he picked up. Dawood Ahmedzai, I thought that was a brilliant call to start with spinners at both ends to try and peg the Germans back right at the onset of that chase. And well, he did deliver, didn't he? A couple of wickets in the first 2 overs. France managed to strike 4 times in that power play. First 5 overs led to 4 wickets. And here's a match summary. Well, we didn't expect to see Mungal go for a lot of runs. He did end up picking up that quick wicket with his very first ball of his spell, Mungal, but went for that expensive 20-run over against Harmanjot Singh. Well, the story of the day, honestly, the one man who was the difference between the 2 teams was Rohit Allah Aka, aka Harmanjot Singh, who scored 68 of 34 balls. The Germans were quite good with the ball in hand as well. They restricted a potent French batting lineup to 94 within the 18 overs that they faced. Ghulam Rasool once again nice and tidy, this tall, lanky off-spinner, starting proceedings for Germany within the power play, and he was really exceptional with the ball, as was the captain, who picked up 2 wickets for 15 runs. And we also saw the side of Sahir Nakash. We saw how good he was with the ball. He swung the ball into the batsman, managed to strike a couple of poles. He got 2 for 20 at the end of 4 overs. Well, and then we saw the magic from the willow of Harmanjot Singh. I must say that the French will consider themselves a little unlucky as well. The fact that they were so close and they drew this game out all the way to seeing the last couple of batters out there. They struck throughout the innings of the German batting team, and they'll just consider themselves a little unlucky for having bowled poorly at the demolition man.
Yeah.
And well, they still have a few games to go, and they'll learn from this. Sarvanan, the coach, has continuously talked about how he looks at this not from a temporary standpoint, but he has a long-term perspective.
Yeah.
He's talking about how he wants to build this team together, eyeing not the next year but the next few years. So I think this team has the potential and the skill set to become a world-beating side in the future.
Look, you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the key points I think you mentioned earlier when you were talking about Harmanjot Singh, who was the player of the match here after scoring a brilliant 68 not out of 34 balls, is when you were talking about him playing on this pitch and that it wasn't perhaps a favourable pitch to have to bat on and score runs on. Well, his answer was simple, yeah, but that's the only way you're going to get better. Yeah, and he's shown that, and he's proved it today. And that's the same thing that you're going to have to say to the likes of France. Okay, the only way teams like France and Norway are going to get better is by playing teams like Germany, teams that are above you in the rankings, but they're going to give you a good game, and you will learn from it and get better. And this French team will learn and get better. They're a young team. Savannah, their coach, is doing the right things, and we've seen moments of magic from them. The way that they started that innings, the wickets that they took, the pressure that they put on the German side. And really, let's be honest about it. I know it's a team game, but it was only one man that stood between them and victory here in this match today, and that was Harmanjot Singh. So they've got to take a lot of pride away from this performance from this match. And well, that leaves you looking at the group, and without no surprise after that victory, Germany now top the group. France, well, they still are in a position to go on, and if things stay that way as we're looking at the group and be in the final on Sunday. But Norway, they've got some work to do, and when we see them, they've got to get some victories. But one thing I can tell you, though, we've got no more cricket here from Krefeld at the moment. We've had some interesting matches happening in Malmo, and I'd just like to share this with you for a moment. Well, before I do, I know that Ujay, you've got some interesting. So I'll get the information about Malmo. You carry on here.
Absolutely, Rico. Thank you for that. Well, yeah, so we just saw a delightful contest there between Germany and France, and if you thought that was it, well, it's not. There is going to be a part B of this large fight. One battle has been won by Germany, but there's a war that we're at, and we're going to see both these teams go head-to-head first thing again tomorrow morning. It's going to be Germany versus France in the first header tomorrow, followed by Norway and France going at it once again. So do stay tuned. We've got a lot of cricketing action over the next couple of days. We'll also have a Sunday that'll begin with Germany taking on Norway, after which we'll take a look at the table, see how the teams are placed, and the top 2 teams will face off in the final later on Sunday. So definitely stick around. We're also going to be talking to a few of these players who have been exceptional, been putting in a lot of effort behind the scenes. So we'll try and bring all of these interesting stories straight to your homes, as Rico will now share a few updates with the goings-on across the different parts of the world now.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of cricket happening in the European Cricket Network, as well as this triangular T20 International Series featuring Germany, France. We saw them battling out there today, and as you said quite rightly, they're coming back again. That's the first match we have at 11 o'clock at local time tomorrow, followed by Norway versus France at 3:30. But what about in Malmo in Sweden? Well, Malmo, well, their resurgence has been astonishing after winning the close golden ball match yesterday. What about this game? And Dan Copping, they made it in 126 for 4, and Malmo 127 for 4, doing it in just 9 overs. So some really exciting cricket happening in Malmo, Sweden at the moment. And don't forget, there's one more match that is started there at the moment. So by all means, I encourage you to go and watch a little bit of fan code European Cricket T10 action there in Sweden, Malmo, where Dan Copping, well, they're hoping to bounce back after that defeat, and they're playing Malmo again. So those two teams, well, they're doing it all over again. And we know that tomorrow here in the Triangular Cricket Series here in Germany, it's going to be Germany and France. They'll be doing it again tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that already, because well, France will be thinking about, okay, this is the man that we couldn't get out. This is a man that made a difference. It was Hamjot Singh. How are we going to work to try and get him out? Well, they've got something to do, got plenty of time to do it, but I think it's going to be an interesting contest again. And then of course Norway. We know what Norway have to do if they want to get back into this series.
Well, those are the teams that are here. Well, I think it's also a good point to mention at this stage that this was initially planned to be a quadrangular series, and well, one team that's missing from this contest, which could have made it even spicier than it already is, Rico, is the Spain team. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it down here because of the pandemic and the ongoing constraints and travel restrictions.
Yeah.
But well, wouldn't that have been brilliant to have the Spanish team here as well?
Sí, señor. It would have been brilliant. Of course, I'm from Spain, and I'll tell you why I was looking forward to it, because when the two teams met at Desert Springs, Almeria in March 2020, Germany, they lost the first game. I'm going to tell you scores about that. Germany made 139 for 7, and Spain 142 for 1. They did it off 18.1 overs. But the second time round, Germany came back strong. They posted 180 runs. Yes, 180 it was. And Spain on that occasion just 122 for 6. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. Well, unfortunately, it couldn't happen this time around because of the pandemic and Spain getting themselves out there, but it will happen again. But well, I just want to say a big hello. Come and say hello to the Spanish boys. Hola chicos, ¿qué tal todos? They're going to be at Cartama at Desert Springs this weekend. They're going to be doing some training there, so they're going to get some cricket in, so I'm pleased for them about that. And
there is a lot of cricket going on this European landscape these days. In fact, I'm going to go straight back to Hanover after this series here, Rico, and go back to my training, because the MTV Stallions have just made it to the the next stage of the league. We have a round robin face-off going on between the top teams that have finished off at the on top of the proceedings in the league stage.
Yeah.
And there's a lot at stake here. So within the German Bundesliga, teams that emerge from the different zones will play a unified league all across Germany next year. So that's going to be very interesting. And I think, the amount of structure and restructuring that's going on with respect to cricket in Germany and all across Europe is amazing to see. I've been living here in Europe for about 10, 11 years now, and the amount of improvement in the way cricket has been growing is just a wonderful sight to behold. So there's a lot to bring to all of you, and it's a pleasure doing this alongside you, Rico.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and it's a pleasure having you here and your wealth of knowledge, not just about the German players, but also about cricket in Germany. And it's a pleasure to be spending this time with you, and it's also a pleasure to be joined by our global audience, whether you're watching via YouTube or via fan code. Thank you very much for joining us. We love the input that you give on the chat, so thank you. And well, all I'm going to say here is, well, it's time for us, sadly, to say goodbye for today, but we will be here back again tomorrow. So thank you very much for your company. It's been a pleasure. We enjoy being here. We enjoy being here for you, and we love you being there for us as well. We've loved the cricket. We've seen some exciting stuff. We really have seen top quality cricket. I think the bowling has been outstanding. I think the fielding particularly has almost been flawless. It really has been tremendous. And Germany, well, at the moment the unbeaten side, but it's going to be a tough match for them tomorrow. Remember, join us again at 11 a.m. local time when Germany and France do battle again. And
it's going to be a tug of war, this one.
It's going to be a tug of war. It's, I think France would want to try and come back into it and come back strong into it. But, well, until then, it's time for us to say goodbye. So thank you very much for joining us. And God bless and take care. Hasta mañana. Have a lovely evening.
Good evening, good day.